James will not be joining us tonight. He is in Hawaii. So are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, are there no presentations or recognitions? We're gonna go ahead and move on to employee organizations, but I don't see anyone here from either SEEK or CSEA. So we'll move on to public comment on non-agenda items, which I don't think we have any. Okay, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments on consent? Okay.
No.
No? Okay. All right. Ken? Shane? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 9, the consent agenda.
Okay,
Second.
and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 10, communications. We do not have any, so we'll move on to our action items. In the essence of time, since last week was also a very lengthy meeting, when we go through these items, I'm just gonna ask if anybody has any questions or comments, and then if you have them, we will go on, but I'm not gonna go down the row, okay? So we have item 11.1, the 2026-27 LCAP approval. Mrs. Horn.
I have an update for you on the presentation, and if it is acceptable to the board, I'd like to do it during the USD meeting.
Anybody have any objections to that?
No, I'm just very pleased the quality and the content of the update. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have an update. I'd like to hear the update now also, if I have to vote on it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, then Haley, you got it all set?
You can just tell me what page.
Oh, it's the slides.
Is the new set of 5 or 6 slides that you're looking at right now?
Okay.
Yeah, this was based on the conversation we had last week and the really good questions from the board. Patty, I'll speak for Patty for a second. She's done a lot of work just in the last few days in digging in a little bit more to this data and hopefully to have you better informed. We don't have everything figured out yet, but it's definite progress from the conversation last week. So Patty, go ahead and just maybe highlight the differences.
Okay, Haley, will you do the update version? Yeah, while she loads it up, we're gonna go old school. I used to be a preschool teacher. So this slide was the slide that was in the original update that we had some questions about, specifically around the college and career indicator, the difference between the blue and the yellow. And we dug into that. I'll give the highlights here, and then we can, during USC, I can dig really deeply into it. Thank you, perfect. What we were able to do is finally answer very succinctly. So you'll, from henceforth, never hear me refer to this as wonky math anymore. I can now explain to you the actual differential and all the variables that lead to that. So we will retire wonky math going forward. And as we dig into it, we can see that there we go. So do you want me to go through the full in-depth or just give a real brief highlight and then do this again in USD?
Super brief.
Super brief. We're gonna go through this later. I'm gonna explain to you how they decide what prepared is. We're gonna dig into these numbers. I'm going to explain to you who those students are and where those numbers come from. I'm going to show you the 3-year average, as James had asked. He wanted to see where we were and how we were doing. I'm going to explain to you how we got those numbers, what we're doing to change those numbers. This slide, there were some questions. On the left side is what the CDE is reporting on their dashboard right now. On the right side, in the gold box, is after an internal audit. Those are our actual numbers of students from the class of 25. because we're always looking for LCAP, we're looking a year behind. So the students who just graduated last week or 2 weeks ago will be next year's when I'm doing this presentation. So we have already figured out the issues here and how to address and fix it, so the reporting will align closer, but it is not a perfect fix because the system has some variables that we need to account for. But in going forward, we now understand what our opportunities are, our areas that need to be fixed, and what focus we want to move forward with. And that is encapsulated in our LCAP plan for the next year already. And then when we rewrite the LCAP, we'll have a clear picture of what this indicator needs in order to be addressed appropriately. How was that?
Okay, great. Any further questions or comments? Okay, then we would just need a motion for this item.
I move to approve item 11.1, the 26-27 LCAP for the county.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 11.2, the 26-27 annual budget adoption with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. There were a couple updates that I wanted to quickly show here for the county side. Thank you, Haley, for managing the helm here. Perfect. So with this, there were only a couple of minor updates, but we had previously discussed them. But because of that, I also wanted to show how that affects certain things. So in transitioning to slide 7, where we get to the revenue comparison, I highlighted in yellow through this presentation. So when you look at it now, you'll see that these highlights are there. We had additional top-line revenue. Again, this was associated to the Universal Targeted Assistance, which was a fundamental change from what used to be differentiated assistance. So it led to a $200,000 increase from what we had initially projected when we showed the budget last week. In addition, there were some other interest revenues that came in, which did increase the other local a little bit. But those two were the only changes that fundamentally changed from the last time we presented here. What that then does is, for our projected fund balance, shifts now up to 890 overall for the end of the ending balance. Our unrestricted grows to 613,780, and now we have an assigned category here for the Universal Target Assistance. The reason it's assigned is essentially we've got it allocated for most likely whatever the costs will then be for it too. So I'd fully expect our expenditures to increase by 200,000, so that'll probably get wiped out once we learn more about what is going to be required with the Universal Target Assistance and how to then allocate those funds toward it. That does increase our current reserve requirement to 4.85. This has more to do with the interest that we are also adding on, which will basically increase from where we were before, and that does have a corresponding effect, the differentiated assistance as well as the Universal Target Assistance as well as the interest revenue, and you see how that kind of impacts from the 26-27 to 27-28 and so on. And so you'll see the reserve for economic uncertainties goes up. So we now have a 4.85 reserve rate in 26-27, a 5.76 in 27-28, and a 7.13% reserve percentage in 28-29. So those are the key changes that we have here. You can see that reflected now in the year over year, but otherwise nothing has really changed from what was presented before. But I'm available for any questions you guys have.
Okay, questions or comments? Go ahead.
So Universal Targeted Assistant is basically just a holding place till they tell us where that money is going to go?
Yeah, this accurately reflects that we are going to get that revenue. And so we are basically assigning it because the odds are we're going to have expenditures that are tied to it. We don't know what those are yet, so I don't want to put them in. So that's why it's sitting there as an assigned as opposed to like unrestricted fund balance or even restricted fund balance, because it will be unrestricted funds, but usually there's strings attached to it and it has to hit a specific target. So there's some kind of thing we have to assign it toward.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Shane, any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Norton. With that, we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 11.2, 2026-2027 annual budget adoption.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, item 11.3, the fiscal stabilization plan budget adoption update. Mr. Norton.
Perfect, thank you, Board. This is going to be the update now to our fiscal stabilization plan. This is reflective of the updated figures that we had there before. Essentially, this presentation serves as our formal strategic roadmap to guide the county office from a qualified certification to that position that we are looking for going forward of a positive outlook overall. So this transition really is a fundamental milestone that we have now, where we're really looking at, we have now successfully eliminated our structural deficit spending for this current fiscal year. And so now our multi-year projections indicate that we will not deficit spend going forward, subsequent out years. And so in terms of reserve strength, we're projecting to exceed our statement at 4% across the 3 projected out years, the 4.85% all the way up to the 7.13 in the 28-29 fiscal year. So part of this comes from what we've done. This is the foundational piece of the recovery. We had the volatile health insurance risk, and as this board remembers, you took decisive action to shift away from our self-insured model to the CalPERS health benefits. This effectively eliminates our unlimited risk exposure, stabilizes our cash flow, and ensures that any trailing liabilities from the old self-insured captive are completely off the books as of September of 2026. So the transition has successfully mitigated a multi-million-dollar risk factor that we had and helped support our finances overall. Now, whereas this was imperative to address the immediate needs and liabilities of the district, we continue to navigate the affordability and access constraints currently affecting our teachers and staff under CalPERS. And to that end, we continue to aggressively advocate to CalPERS for a better overall situation for our educators, as we did yesterday with the attendance and providing comment at the CalPERS Pension and Health Benefits Committee meeting. In addition to continuing to explore alternative risk-averse health benefits programs that will help in our pursuits to continuously improve our health and welfare overall offerings that we have. So the next thing we have is the special education cost management. We're proactively managing special education cost pressures, which have historically driven structural imbalances on our county office side. And to accomplish this, we are looking at aggressive recruitment is a big piece of it. We have introduced strong market incentives and stipends to attract specialized roles, such as the speech-language pathologist, ideally transitioning these high-cost external contractors to permanent in-house staff that yield immediate structural savings. In addition, we have seen a significant revenue infusion targeted at special education, specifically leveraging a $1.6 million ongoing AB 602 state funding increase to build upon our internal capacities and thereby lowering our structural reliance on the general fund for special education expenditures. So as we can recall, the stabilization plan overall is a three-phased approach, where phase 1 was really more focused on the immediate cost controls. So specifically targeting that health and welfare piece, making sure all of our budgets were in line with a zero-based budgeting strategy, strategic attrition and reviewing of all costs and expenditures on a monthly review cost trend basis. In addition, we now transition to phase 2, where we have really structural realignment, and we are currently in this phase now. And with budget adoption, we targeted an administrative flattening with the eliminating of 2 director positions to match our revenue footprint, instituted a strict exit strategy for sunsetting grants so they don't roll into the general fund, and cleaned up software contracts, ensuring we maximize our current one-time funds and eliminate redundancies throughout our system. First fiscal performance summary: through budget adoption, our phase 2 targeted $720,000 in savings, and at this time we're looking at a budgeted savings of $890,000 through the different areas that we've got noted here. This overall helps our projected reserves for uncertainties, and you can see the graphical representation of that. With budget adoption, we are in a much better projection than we were at previously for our multi-year projection. So as we look forward with phase 3, because of this hard work, and we are positioning the county office to enter our strategic reinvestment phase, and financial stabilization isn't just about cutting, but it's about building a foundation and savings that can be directed toward our student outcomes even more. This includes establishing predictable replacement cycles for student technology, as well as institutionalizing Fund 14's deferred maintenance to protect our physical facilities. In conclusion, while we must maintain strict financial prudence, the narrative of the county office has fundamentally shifted. We have shifted away from the immediate stabilization to establishing deep financial insulation for students and staff of Amador County. And thank you, and I'm happy for answering any questions you may have.
Okay, Jared, go ahead.
Robert won't brag about this, but I will. another district in the state was working through a fiscal stabilization plan from CDE, and what they submitted, the state didn't like, and they said you should talk to Robert Norton and Amador and use his plan as a template. So I just want to commend Robert for the work he's done on this, and I know Robert probably doesn't want to say this, but I'm not someone who believes in good or bad luck. I mean, we are tracking to, in December, be able to certify as a positive budget. We don't do that at budget adoption. It's kind of weird, right? You just adopt the budget. It's only at the interims that we certify as positive, qualified, or negative, and we've had 2+ years of interim certifications that were qualified. So anyways, I just want to commend Robert and his team for all the work they've done, and you as a board for all of the different approvals that you've had to do to get us to this point.
Okay. Any further questions or comments, Pete?
That is truly commendable. There's just one piece that I don't fully understand. On the slide, it says Phase 2 structural realignment and the grant SOP, or standard operating procedure. I don't know how often personnel or people's jobs are funded by grants, but does this mean that when someone accepts a position that is grant funded and that grant is done, they know that there's an end to their job, or is that?
So the exit strategy isn't always termination. And so it could be that it falls its way into the LCAP. It's something that we want to continue on. So it could be that. It could be that the exit strategy is another grant fund. So it is a serious conversation that needs to happen at the front end. So that way we know what we're doing when the time comes, or we know that we need to be proactive in looking for these other strategies if we want to continue that program. The sunsetting does give us an opportunity that if it's just not working, why continue it? So there are two sides to that coin where I think definitely there is evaluation on the front end, but then leveraging the other funding we have, what is the more priority? Is it maintaining this position as the funding now sunsets, or is it transitioning it somewhere else?
And the other part of this is ongoing versus one-time grant funds. Now, again, any grants can be discontinued at any time, but we have positioned ourselves to where the positions that are funded out of grants are the ones that are ongoing. And again, those grants can be cut, but then we have the one-time monies that come in that all too often we were using to spend on people that we've drastically reduced, so that when we say it's grant funded, it's because it's the CTE grant or it's the community schools grant, things that are all signs are pointing towards these will be year-over-year funding mechanisms that we can continue to pay for those positions out of.
Perfect, thank you.
Ken? Shane?
I'm not sure if this is probably not a Robert question, but maybe for some others in the cabinet. Has there been any inquiries about possibly someone coming here for some of these special education positions?
I mean, I would say we're always engaging in recruitment. So, I mean, I'm happy to answer any more specific questions. I know there is a hire to celebrate recently in the area of speech. And so, I mean, it's just, I think slow and steady wins the race, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you have. And I know that this evening we have a presentation in regards to hiring that might provide more clarity.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is that was one of the slides about the cost management. So I was thinking it might be good to, if we have any possible hires or people that are saying, hey, I'm interested, I think that would just be good to get it out into the public. But I don't want to take the wins out of the sail of any future presentation tonight, so I just thought I'd ask.
And we fully understand that, Board President Parker and trustees. I think, and what Dr. Hedegaard was referencing is we've been very successful in being able to hire one of our speech and language pathologist openings, or make that available, and more importantly, they accepted. And we have others that have reached out to us. And the bottom line is, we're not going to come and celebrate and share with you until we know we got a signature on the line. But we are getting a lot of inquiries from folks about the position. It's just going to come down to individuals like this one and others that, take the next step and sign with us and want to be part of our Amador County Office of Education.
Any news like that, I think, is good news. So let's keep building on it, I guess.
I'm with you, absolutely.
Okay. Any further questions or comments before we just need a motion?
Move to approve item 11.3, the fiscal stabilization plan, board adoption update.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 11.4, resolution ACOE 2526 -10, resolution authorizing year-end budget transfers between fund balances and expenditure classifications.
Thank you, Board. I've got a lot of resolutions tonight with a lot of long names. Before you is Resolution ACOE 2025-2026-10, which authorizes year-end budget transfers between fund balances and expenditures classifications for the 25-26 fiscal year. To provide some context, this is a routine annual administrative procedure, but a legally vital one as we close out our books this June. Under our California Education Code Section 42600, the budget we establish for each major expenditure classification, such as salaries, benefits, or supplies, acts as a strict legal binding ceiling. We cannot legally spend beyond the budgeted amount for any single category. However, as we cross the fiscal finish line and finalize our actual closing expenditures, unforeseen shifts or late invoices can cause individual categories to fluctuate. One budget line might end up slightly overdrawn while another line has a matching surplus. Education Code Section 42601 provides the mechanism to address this. By passing this resolution, the board authorizes the county superintendent and our business office to make the final routine technical adjustments needed to balance those categories out to ensure that every line item is properly aligned, our legal obligations are met, and we prevent any technical budget overdrafts or audit exceptions when the external auditors review our books. I want to emphasize that the fiscal implications here, there are zero net change to the total county funds. This resolution does not authorize any new spending or alter any bottom line, anything on the bottom line. It simply allows us to reallocate existing balances within our current footprint to ensure proper clean accounting categorization. At this time, I recommend the board approve this resolution, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments?
Just again to emphasize, this is frequently a yearly
Yeah, this should be done annually every year.
occasion. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. We would just need a motion if we're good.
I move that we approve item 11.4, resolution ACOE 2025-2026-10, resolution authorizing year-end budget transfers between fund balances and expenditure classifications.
Second.
The vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
and I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 11.5, declaration of need for fully qualified education, 26-27.
Thank you, Board President Parker. What you have before you is for the County Office of Education. This is an annual item that comes before the board, and this is in order for our organization to be able to assign or have limited assignment permits for individuals that are coming in. On the County Office of Education, this is only for certificated, so we're talking teachers only. We only have special education staff on the county side, so this is identifying that an estimated number needed, type of limited assignment permit being a special education, 10 in that area, 4 resource specialists, and 4 CLAD English learner authorizations. The numbers here do not indicate that we will hire or have permits for every one of these classifications, but we're able to respond in the event that we have a need and need to bring someone in on one of these limited assignment permits. In addition to that, we've also identified a contingency for up to 5 intern credentials on the County Office of Education side.
Okay, questions or comments?
So that's very helpful clarification. If I'm oversimplifying, please tell me. Does this mean that, say, for example, like myself, who I have a teaching credential, but I do not have a special education authorization, that if there was a need and you thought that I wouldn't, fail, that someone like me could be hired to do that job while I'm working on the special ed credential? Is that how that works?
Absolutely. That's what it is. So when it comes to these particular limited assignment permits, we would do a transcript review. We would take a look and take into consideration credentials you already have. And then in your particular case, if you're able to obtain admission into an intern program, or at minimum, be able to provide you a limited assignment permit while you go through that process, that's what this provides for.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay,
So all these subjects we have here, I think on page 3, we're just covering our bases that if something came up in that category, we would have let them know?
Yes, a great point. So on the County Office of Education side, we don't employ anybody in these single subject areas. So on the district side, you will see that this will be populated. So all those subject areas, starting with the agriculture, going to world language, on the district side, you will see that area populated with our projection, essentially.
Okay, so then tell me, in regards to special education, it says 10 and then it says total 18.
Yes, so that is, if you look at page 2, on page 2 at the bottom, we have a CLAD English Learner Authorization Emergency Permit at 4. We have resource specialists at 4, and that would be our mild moderates. And then we have the additional special education for a total of 18.
Got it. That's,
Okay.
no more questions.
Okay. Shane, any questions? I don't have any questions either, so we would just need a motion if we are good with discussion.
Motion to approve item 11.5, declaration of need for fully qualified education, 26-27.
Second?
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 12, our discussion item, the 25-26 ACOE Human Resources Presentation.
Thank you, Board President Parker. So trustees, thank you for the opportunity to be able to share a little bit about, just kind of pulling back the curtain a bit about human resources and what we do. I'd be remiss if I didn't start this evening by sharing that two of our fantastic staff from our department are here this evening. So we have Dana Hartman, who works in our office. She deals and works with a lot of our substitutes and does a phenomenal job in onboarding them and working with them as they come through our doors, as well as all of our volunteers. And then Laurie McQuiston, who's the admin assistant working in division. Not present here tonight, but equally important and very supportive of the work we do is Don Griffin, who works with all of our credentialed staff, and Lisa Yarbrough, who works with the classified staff. And the reason that it's important to start with them is they are really the heart and soul of the Human Resources Office. Every bit of the work that we see with respect to, I got to turn it on. Every bit of the work that we see with the work, and this is something that I think when we look at the number, we look at 37 staff members onboarded. This includes certificated, classified, as well as management staff. We have our management confidential. The management confidentials are a small number. The majority of these folks that were hired or onboarded really were in the classified ranks, and you may have seen that in the second table. What this doesn't take into consideration is a number of moves that happen within the County Office of Education during the year. We could have an opening, and then we have someone who's already in a position that says, hey, I'm interested in that opportunity, and it becomes a promotional opportunity. So we have a lot of folks that will move around, but the 37 are true new hires, new people to our organization. Within the year, we'll have a number of different people that'll move around, or in some cases, based on student need, we may need to move them. But altogether, you can see for our Extended Learning Opportunity Program, we had 15 staff that started in there or came in during the course of the year, and then the paraprofessionals being the two largest groups, and then the rest of the group going down. One of the things that's important also to share is our hiring is throughout the year. So this isn't all just hiring that happened in July or hiring that happened in September. This is throughout the year as openings became available. And in some of our cases, some of our teaching openings, we had recruitments throughout the year to try to fill, especially our extensive support needs. But altogether, what you're seeing here really represents, on the County Office of Education side, the work that's happening. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take each of the units down to a smaller level so you can see what those hires look like in each of those groups. So when it comes to our certificated group, we have a total of 18.6 staff. And of 18.6 full-time equivalent staff, we hired 4 certificated staff in that realm this year. And that's teachers or designated instructional services. One of the things that really helped us this year is we did have a recruitment and retention bonus for 25-26, and we were able to bring on some key staff, particularly an occupational therapist, and more importantly, just we had a transfer from the district, or I shouldn't say transfer, a new hire. They were on the district side working with us as a mild moderate teacher. They made a determination to resign from the district, and they were hired on as an employee in the County Office of Education. So we're taking credit for that one for sure. And they've done an extraordinary job for our students up at Jackson Junior High School. On the classified side, and please slow me down if I'm going too fast, trustees. On the classified side, our bargaining unit there is much larger than the special educators of Amador County. We have, as you can see, and this is something I want to slow down and really punctuate, we have 78.21 FTE, but there's actually 109 assignments. And what it is that not everybody is working a 1.0 FTE assignment. We have folks that are working increments. That could be a half-time, that could be In some cases, we have folks that are just working a few hours on the side with us on the County Office of Education. So we have 195 different assignments, but it represents 78 full-time equivalent positions. On our county hires side, we've had, as I shared already, our ELOP and paraprofessionals, and then we have a number of different promotions that took place where folks went from one unit to the other potentially. In the ELOP, one of the things that we see quite often is we'll have ELOP instructional aides that, based on their interest in moving up in the organization, they become ELOP instructors. And the ELOP instructor is in charge of a program at a school, whereas the IAs or instructional assistants are more of providing the direct support for students. And so that's where we see that piece at. On the management and confidential, we had a total of 2 management and 1 classified confidential that were brought in this year on the county side. And so as you can tell, the numbers there for the management are not very large. I can share that we have a total of 7 management positions on the county side altogether. So small in comparison to our special educators as well as our our classified staff. So one of the things that it's in our realm in human resources, our cycle works a little differently. So right now, and I'll tell you, most of the spring, this has been around a lot of the prep for 26, 27. And so whatever we cannot fill, whatever we cannot hire at this current time period, that becomes our ongoing work during the school year to try to fill. And so the declaration of need that you approved a bit ago gives us the flexibility that if there are some candidates like Trustee Gale talked about that have an interest in special education, that might already have another credential or at minimum have units and a bachelor's degree, we can entertain and potentially identify them for a spot in our system. One of the things that's been really critical, and I'll say it just for us, a big support is the action of the board in supporting these memorandums of understanding. Because now we have a number of different academic programs that are providing intern opportunities as well as degree opportunities for folks that want to work for us and work with us. But as you can tell, in Q1, we're looking at the planning and the work that happens around really scheduling out if we're looking at retirement, looking at projected enrollment. One of the big things for us is me working directly with Dr. Hedegaard and her team around what we see for student need and different programs. This particular fall, we'll have a new program going to one of our campuses, so we know that we needed to identify that campus staff. And for a new extensive support needs class, we're talking a teacher, we're talking instructional, medically fragile paraprofessionals, and whatever comes with that. On top of that is the interview process and the intake. One of the things that I will tell you is that this does not show the total number of folks that applied. There's a slide in a bit, but we get a lot of applications. And with those applications comes the work of having to really go through and screen and identify those folks that are eligible to come forward as applicants. And then it's the intake process, the interview, making sure that we got the right candidates, going through the process to do the live scan and any clearances. We are required by law for classified and certificated. We have to consult with the previous employer if they were in an educational organization, and we have to ask them the questions. Was this person under investigation? Was this person a subject of an investigation into misconduct? And those are the things that are taking time. And we know they're taking time, but I will tell you that one of the great things is that when we've had situations where it's been delayed, I've been able to reach out directly to my job alike and say, can you push this forward? Because we're waiting to get somebody on board with us here. And thankfully, we've had 2 situations like that where we got a pretty quick response after many months of waiting in one case. On our summer, we're still working. Matter of fact, today we had interviews going for critical hires on the district side, but just to give you an idea of that process. So even though school ended June 5th, we'll have our managers come in during the summer, conducting interviews, looking at candidates, and then working with us on trying to get some folks in for the fall. In the fall, on our start of school, we're looking at our new employee onboarding, making sure that we got mentors identified for those staff that are coming new to our district, new to our district and new to the profession. It is required in the state of California to go through a 2-year induction program. And so those will be the people we identify for that support. And then the biggest piece is supporting our staff. It's working with our principals, identifying where those opportunities to support those teachers, and then trying as best as possible to get a good idea by mid-year where we are with those folks that are continuing forward and doing a great job for our students, and where we need to start looking at potentially for future recruitments. And in a nutshell, that's what our staffing cycle is looking like, just on the staffing cycle alone. this kind of speaks to a bit about the applicants. And so part of the challenge is that we have EdJoin, and we have two profiles for EdJoin. We have an EdJoin on the County Office of Education side and an EdJoin on the district side. On both sides, we had a total of 882 applicants for positions this year. I will tell you right now, those 882 could have been repeat applicants, and we see that a lot. We'll have a position open at a school. For matter of fact, right now, we've got a sixth grade position open at one of our schools on the district side, and we also have a PE position. I've got an applicant that applied for both of them, right? And so that will happen. We'll have duplicate applicants. But on top of that, and something that I really haven't covered here, is we also process all of our athletics, our applicants for athletic coaching. And so just in this year alone, for the schools that we had 77 applicants for athletics coaching. And so all in all, one of the things that's been really, I would say, very supportive for staff is being able as much as possible to be responsive to the needs of our campuses. On the County Office of Education side, we do a lot of work and a lot of coordination with our special education partners, because the bottom line is that is where the bulk of the work is on the County Office of Ed side. And we know that staffing, and more importantly, identifying staff to work on our county side, is an area that we have continued need. What you see here on that substitutes onboarded, although it shows 49 teachers and 53 classified, we still have a significant shortage around substitute medically fragile paraprofessionals. It's something that we are constantly trying to recruit for, and where we're finding some challenges. And so we need to find a way to continue to work. And I'll tell you, we've even created opportunities for folks to come and shadow and come and take a look at the room, so that they can see that there's more to it than whatever story or rumor they heard, right? Come and spend time with our students, spend time with our adults, and see what this program has. In some cases, and this is something that, again, it's all about response and how we support our students, we've actually brought in some of our certificated subs to come in and sub as medically fragile paraprofessionals. And that's out of, for us, being able to get to a point where we can get some staff in there. So our in-process actions, we are active recruiting for speech and language pathologists. This is that agreement that we talked about in a previous meeting with special educators of Amador County. On top of their salary, on top of the work that we know that they'll provide for our students, we've incentivized that they'll receive a $30,000 stipend, and then a $10,000 stipend per year for the next 4 years. The first one is for the 10 years. But all in all, a big thanks to the Human Resources team, because, and I will say, every one of them has a hand in onboarding and welcoming. They understand that a high-quality customer service starts from that application, starts from scheduling the interview, and then that greeting when they come through the door. So I'm available for any questions you might have for this County Office of Education report.
Okay, questions or comments? Peter?
No.
Ken?
So I can't wrap my head around the stipend slide.
Yes.
30,000 stipend per year for the next 10 years and 10,000 stipend per year for the next 4 years. Break that, 30,000, is that 3,000 a year?
I'm sorry, so it's $30,000, so it's $30,000, so it's their salary. They're gonna receive $30,000 on an annual basis for the next 10 years. So each year they're getting $30,000 on top of their salary, and then they're also receiving $10,000 for the next 4 years, each year for the next 4 years.
So essentially 40,000
40K.
for 4 years.
Yep, and then 30K after that.
So how many of these pathologists did we have on staff before we started the stipends, and what have we done for them?
So with respect to, we currently have one contracted SLP, or speech and language pathologist, in our organization. And they actually benefited from the recruitment and retention bonus that we had provided previously for our staff. And that was the one that I referenced in a previous slide, 25-26. I will say that this particular situation is for new hires. So this particular recruitment is for new hires, and it is over and above, beyond even what we did for our recruitment retention for that group in 25-26.
So, again, if we had some on board already,
Thank
I
you.
would see them quitting.
And I want to correct myself, the current staff, the current SLP are receiving it as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, Shane?
Not sure if you can even answer this. Is there any have you seen any data to show that, like the careers in speech pathology, are people getting into that more or less these days? I'm just wondering what kind of competition we're gonna have from others.
we've got a tremendous amount of competition. And that's one of the reasons that we went as high as we did with this particular incentive. There's a couple things that are working against us in all California school districts. And frankly, it's a national issue as well. Prior to the pandemic, we had folks that were going into the profession in pretty big waves. Pupil personnel services, speech and language, all those pieces. Once the pandemic hit, we saw a significant decrease. As it was even before the pandemic, speech and language pathology was one of those areas where there was just really a small handful of programs that were putting out or producing I would say a significant number coming forward into the profession. They're not seeing the numbers at the University of Oregon, which was one of the biggest programs in the country. They're not seeing those numbers that they had prior to the pandemic. So when we look, and we took a look realistically during negotiations with SEEK, at that particular time, there were over, oh my gosh, I don't want to exaggerate. There were, team, do you guys remember what the total number of openings at that time was? In the state of California, yeah, because we did a quick search on EdJoin, and let's just say this much. It was in the hundreds. It was in the hundreds, and on top of that, it was us looking at what surrounding regions and what they were doing for SLPs specifically, and what we did really came in and above what they were providing, what they were prepared to offer. And so, but even then, we're still competing with everyone else trying to get a very hard to find credential or licensure.
Is there anything that we've done inside the district to encourage our students to take that as a career and maybe come back?
You know, I will tell you, there are some very powerful career technical education pathways around education that are throughout the state. We currently don't have something like that, but I would say they're more generalized in that they're about a profession or choosing a pathway in education. I don't know of anything that we've done necessarily with our student side, but we're not against it. I mean, let's face it, for someone that is interested in going forward and obtaining the degree and the licensure, this could be a phenomenal career for them, long-term. Go.
I do want to just add to this that one of the challenges is the number of licenses that are actually issued at a national level. And so there's still continues to be a lot of people who desire to seek this licensure, and that there aren't enough seats in the state of California for them to actually be able to have a local option, even though San Diego is not extremely local. So there's many people that need to look to out of state. So I just would offer that as well, that even if someone has the passion and the interest, there can be even additional obstacles unless they're willing to completely uproot themselves in order to complete the learning associated with it. But
Thank you. Like, for example, like Career Day, have we had any kind of events where we might have some speech pathologists come in and give a presentation, or, you know, hey, this is what you can expect in a career like this? Just kind of more of just throwing out a comment on that.
I think it's a great comment. I'm not aware of anything that, like, in our particular organization, but I know that it's something that definitely could be explored with our high schools as they're looking at creating those opportunities for students. And beyond that, also with our local community college with Columbia, right? Just being able to get some time with them and be able to talk to them about opportunities. You know, one of the things that I know that we've talked about in our discussions is there's other pathways too. And, you know, the SLP is obviously the piece that we're very interested in. But there are folks that could pursue a speech and language pathology assistant, but then there comes other pieces with it. So we're just, at this point, the biggest thing right now is trying to recruit. We know that we've been contractor for this service, and it's come at a significant cost, but we also know it's needed for our children. So.
I don't want to nail you down as far as figures, but is it safe to say that the stipends that are provided are a fraction of what is spent for contractual?
Yeah, we actually did an analysis on that at an earlier board meeting where we looked at it, and it was significant. We basically saved by even hiring one, about $150,000, I wanted to say what it was, for each one we do hire based on our FTE that we use. So it was significant, and it adds up quick.
I was going to ask six figures, but I didn't want to throw that out there, so, okay.
That's every bit of six, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, I just want to say thank you guys for all of that. Sometimes I think HR kind of gets like a bad rap, but they really do much more than the negative side that is seemingly talked about all the time. So thank you guys. With that, we would just need a motion.
No, it's just a.
Oh, it's not a motion, it's discussion. Never mind. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our board policy updates.
Yes, these are the same policies that were adopted a whole week ago. Seems like, I don't know, yesterday or forever, depending on how you're feeling, with all the board meetings we've had in the last 8 days. And so anyways, just if there are any questions, again, about appropriate adult-student interactions, and then some work on the bylaws as well.
Okay, any questions or comments on these? No? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 13.1.a and B, 4,000 series, 9,000 series.
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on, we have information only. Does anybody have any questions or comments on these items for information?
I appreciate learning about the speech and language pathologist that apparently we've hired. That's exciting, even if it's not listed here. Go team.
Okay, great. Okay, if not, then we'll just go ahead and move on to board reports. Mr. Critchman?
I don't have anything further to add from a week ago.
Okay, Peter?
Ditto, nothing to add.
Okay, Ken?
Nope.
Shane? I don't have anything to add either. So with that, our next meeting is Wednesday, July 22nd, open session at 5:30, and we are adjourned.
Awesome.
Let me open the next meeting really quickly. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the Amador County Unified School District meeting. Our board members are here except for James Marzano. He is in Hawaii this evening. Are there any public comment on closed session? I don't think so. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and move into closed session and hopefully be back by 7 o'clock. We're just gonna take a quick bathroom break and we'll get started. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene to our open session. We do not have a report on closed session tonight. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up would be our employee organizations. I don't see anybody from those. They're enjoying their summer. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 10, public comment on non-agenda items. We do have one public comment, and that's Patricia and Gija.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I'm a mom of 2 Ione Elementary School students. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you, cabinet members, Superintendent Critchfield, and board trustees. Tonight's agenda is a reflection of a strong district leadership that is listening and providing transparency and information as requested by the public. I am truly blown away with tonight's agenda as well as previous meetings' agendas and how they address the community's concerns and questions. In particular, as we near the end of the fiscal year, I'm truly grateful for all of the hard work the district office has done, Mr. Norton and his fiscal team in particular, in getting us in a much better financial situation than only just 1 year ago. Reducing the deficit of both the district and county office and potentially going from qualified to positive certification status is no small feat, as we have seen so many neighboring districts undergoing mass layoffs and facing potential insolvency and then possible receivership. Oh, sorry. I'm truly grateful for all of the work you all have done. I know you will continue to do so. I hope myself and other community members will continue to be seen as a partner and our perspectives used in a collaborative effort along with your own to provide the very best educational environment for our students and work environment for our teachers and staff. It is my utmost hope that positive momentum will continue. Any remaining unanswered questions from previous meetings will be addressed, and faith and trust in the district leadership will continue to improve. I appreciate you continuing to use public input to inform your decisions, as that's the reason the public comes here to speak. It is to help you guys find solutions. And please, when I've heard a little bit of scuttlebutt, but when a community partner, especially in a leadership position, reaches out to you, I would appreciate a response, because then I'm stuck wondering, well, which hands do I stand in getting a response? I look forward to our continued partnership, and please know that you are all very valued. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on into item 11, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on our consent agenda tonight?
I just wanted to say, on item 11.3B, I'm deeply grateful for the clarity on the SIPSA correction. I think that's important and helpful. And so just appreciate all the hard work on that. I know that that's part of the presentation, but I'm just grateful for that.
Okay. Shane? Okay, I don't have any questions either. We would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 11, consent agenda?
Second,
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 12, communications. We do not have any. So move into our action items. Item 13.1 is our 2026-2027 Local Control Accountability Plan adoption. Ms. Horn?
Great, as promised, this is the clarification. If you'll remember, last time we had some questions regarding this slide, specifically the College and Career Indicator, also known as CCI, why the difference in color between the blue graduation rate and the yellow CCI. You'll recall that in the past, I've kind of tried to explain how this is determined. So here, for your viewing pleasure, if it's going to turn on, we'll go through real quickly how you can fully understand how a student is deemed as prepared. You'll notice I have that in quotes. This is from the California Department of Education, from the dashboard. It's important to note with this that the CCI indicator is only 3 years old. So we will talk a little bit about that. This is still a relatively new indicator, but here, if you were a senior in one of our California educational public institutions, here are the ways you could be deemed by the state of California CDE as prepared. You could pass your CASP, which you take as an 11th grader. Remember, our seniors don't take it. Our 11th graders are the only high schoolers who take it, earning a 3 in both, meaning standards met in both ELA and math. That's one way. You could also take advanced placement. So we have a lot of students who take AP. In order to reach this status, you have to earn a 3 or higher on 2 AP tests, or complete 2 AP courses with a C- or better. And that would deem you as college and career prepared. Then we have the UC CSU, we commonly refer to them as A through G requirements. You have to complete courses that meet those requirements, plus one of the following criteria. At this point, I want to pause and remind you, the minimum number for the state is 130 units. You as a board earlier this year adopted 250 units for a graduation requirement. So remember the blue indicator on graduation? Our students, all of them that earned us that blue, are 250 units versus the 130 required by the state. But because of how those units break out, they don't necessarily count as prepared. So here's a couple of things. If you take CTE pathway completion with the C- or better in a capstone course, plus all your A through G, you have a standard, the Smarter Balance Summative Assessment. You'll hear me refer to it as CASP. That is the same test. It have at least a 3 on standard met on ELA or math, and at least a 2 in the other subject areas. So if you got a 3 in ELA, you could get a 2 in math, or a 2 in ELA and a 3 in math. Have 1 semester, 2 quarters, or 2 trimesters of college coursework with the C- or better in academic CTE subject where college credit is awarded, and or score a 3 or higher on the AP exam. So you would need to do at least one of those plus all your A through G requirements. Again, you would have had to have passed all of those. So they may have taken them, but passing them sometimes is a different. The state seal of biliteracy. If you earn the state seal of biliteracy and the state seal of biliteracy has multiple components. Unfortunately, I always forget. My apologies. I put a link there for state seal of biliteracy, but this is a static PDF. So if you would like, I can forward you that, or you can look those requirements up. There are multiple requirements to earn that. But once you've earned that, then you also have to score a level 3 standard met or higher on ELA in the summative balance. And we haven't even gotten to the confusing part yet. So then comes the college credit courses. You can complete 2 semesters, 3 quarters, or 3 trimesters of college coursework with a grade of C- or better in academic or CTE subjects where college credit is awarded. With all the A through G, it's almost like it's cumulative with all the other things. So it keeps going down. All right, I'll do my best to explain this one. So CTE, our career technical education pathway completion with the C- or better in the capstone course plus one of the following. The Smarter Balance, or the CASP, 3 standard met on either English or math, and a 2 in the other, or 1 semester, 2 quarters, or 2 trimesters of college coursework with the C- or better. Note, and this is going to become important. If the CTE capstone course and the CTE college credit course are completed in the same year, and they mean academic year, they must be in different CTE pathways for the CTE college course to count towards prepared. If the CTE capstone course and the CTE college credit course are completed in different years, they may be in the same CTE pathway and therefore count for being prepared. I'm going to give you some stats. Please, just hang on. I'm going to blow your mind. I promise it'll be worth it. I will give you some stats in a little bit that explains why that is the part that gave me pause. All right. Here is, remember again, when we're looking at the LCAP, we're looking a year in the rear view. So we're looking at the class of 2025. From the class of 2025, we were real worried about, remember, we were like, why do we only have 37.6 students prepared? So that for us equals 126 students of that graduating cohort. They did 1 or 2 or 3 because you can actually be prepared in multiple areas on that list. You can cross many of them off. So 126 students were prepared. Interestingly enough, 126 students were considered not prepared. It's important to draw attention to a few things that would make you not prepared or not help you become prepared, I guess I should say. The SAT and the ACT passing it do not count. They don't count towards this criteria at all. The ASVAB does not count towards this criteria. If a student were to take the ASVAB, which is the military service, and go directly into the military, they don't count as college and career prepared based on this indicator. Just wanted to put that little plug in. So, of the kids who were college and career, I have a breakdown here. I wanted to draw your attention to the statistics to the right. That is not total students. That's of the prepared students broken out by their demographic. Because there's some that give us pause here and we really want to discuss and we want to address, and that's part of the opportunities. With your direction digging into this data, my team and I spent a good portion of the last week about as knee-deep in this as you can get and discovered quite a few things, but it really gave us some clear direction of where we could go. One of our biggest calls to service for these guys is that 24.8%. Many of those students are missing the criteria by one thing. If we could get that one, if they pass the one thing or take the class at a different time, one little nuance, it would change that number. So then we were asked, what's our 3-year comparison? So I want to draw your attention. 2023 was the very first time CCI was on the dashboard. And if you recall, in 2023, the dashboard was still coming out of COVID and hold harmless. And instead of the speed gauge, the dashboard, we're familiar with the colors, it was all purple and it was like bar graph that looked kind of like the AT&T bars. So in 2023, for the first time, it was an informational item on the dashboard. This is where Amador County Unified School District broke out, and we were considered low at that point. Our numbers were the percentage prepared, percentage approaching, and percentage not prepared. The following year, in 2024, it became an official dashboard indicator, and we hit the dashboard the very first time at orange status. And you can see our stats, 31 prepared, 25 approaching, and 43.6. Last year, our 2025, as we have started to begin to dig in and understand how this criteria is evaluated, we went to 37.6 prepared, 24.8 approaching, and 37.6 not prepared. So with I'm always going to be Pollyanna, glass half full. I always look at this and the teacher in me says growth, yay growth, let's keep going in that trajectory. However, there's some interesting things in our internal audit of our numbers. This is the 2025 class. On the left is what the CDE has reported. So the way that these scores are reported are for multiple entities. Advanced placement is actually directly reported from College Board. The students take the classes, they take the tests, those are reported directly to CDE, not through us. The CSU requirements, the CASP requirement, CTE, biliteracy, and college credit are all reported through our reporting system, which we lovingly refer to as CalPads. You probably are familiar or have heard and seen reports of CalPads. What we discovered, and we dug into and actually got some experts from other counties to help us really dig into this, was our CalPADS and ARIES reporting was underreporting at the state level. So on the left is what we reported. On the right, when we did the actual count by count for 330 graduating seniors, these are the actual numbers we had in-house. So you'll see that the state seal of biliteracy we underreported, and we underreported our college credit course. And we underreported it by quite a bit because I want to take you back to that note. The way that we have designed our dual enrollment courses, they are 1 semester long. So in CTE, we put a dual enrollment CTE course with a 1 semester capstone course, because our 1 semester CTEs our capstone courses are 1 semester. So you put them together so that they complete their pathway, and it makes one nice year for scheduling for the students. According to that note, that does not count because you took your CTE course, your college course, at the same time as your capstone course. So I need to actually, I just realized there is a data point I need to tell you on this slide that did not print out. So I'm trying to get it to open, and my computer's being as much fun as it could possibly be. While I do
Patty, while you're doing that, one of the conversations we had was there's never a perfect tool to measure success. And I don't want this to be interpreted as I think the dashboard should be better. We do have the ability to create local indicators. And when Patty shared with me that a student who has their eyes set on the military, scores high on the ASVAB, graduates high school, goes to the military, and they're considered not prepared, that's, to me, very problematic in this community. We have deep roots in the military here. And so I think it would be wise, if the board is okay with this, for Patty and her team to work on a few local indicators where students may have been considered not prepared given the California tool, but we could identify, while they weren't considered prepared, this is what we consider prepared to be and what they achieved. Not a bunch of categories, that would get overwhelming, but 2 or 3, like the CTE, for example, because we run it more efficiently with the dual enrollment and the CTE capstone in the same year, that then disqualifies them. I think it would be important for the board to see how many kids actually did that.
I actually have the number for you.
Perfect.
That's what I was pulling up. So those 44 numbers for CTE pathway completers, it's the 44 who met the criteria as it was stated.
Yeah.
We had 161 students complete CTE pathways, but because of the way that we put our courses to be more efficient, it disqualified them from this. Now, this does nothing to harm them. This is a data point for us. This doesn't harm students in any way. It's not on their transcripts. But it's an interesting kind of dichotomy to go, okay, 161 kids successfully completed our CTE pathways, but of them, 44 counted as prepared. So going all the way back to the term I said I was going to retire after tonight, that's that point that always made us feel this is wonky, it doesn't work out right.
Well, and that's those 84 kids, remember, you told me this, they took dual enrollment through Amador College Connect, which, as the board has approved, we paid for, but they weren't making it through these data transfers as well as having taken dual enrollment. So that's being corrected for future data uploads because of our partnership with Amador College Connect. The data wasn't feeding properly back. It's almost like the system thought they were students outside the organization versus actual ACUSD students, if that makes sense.
So that brings us to this, actually that internal audit, and I thank you for asking me to look deep into it because we identified that situation that we can rectify and fix. We also identified some opportunity areas, focusing on our students who are classified as approaching prepared and helping them get that one more. it would be a lovely, wonderful way if we could figure out how to get 11th graders to really want to do better on the CASP, but it's really difficult when it doesn't help them, it doesn't benefit them necessarily in any way. They're going to go, if they're going to college or the military or whatever their plans are, the CASP really only benefits us on this dashboard. So it's fun to look at other things and go, okay, right, we have some tools, but the idea of boosting, especially supporting those students where if you go back and we talk about the socioeconomically disadvantaged, our students with disabilities, if we could help support them through that, our numbers are going to naturally increase, but also our service to our students will increase. And for us, the team and I, that was the most important part of this. We also identified that we had some gaps in our syllabi literacy, especially for our native Spanish-speaking students. And we are 100% working on an SOP this year to change the way that we look at the syllabi literacy to be able to extend if students read, write, and speak Spanish at home and don't choose to take language with us. I mean, why? If they're fluent and they want to use their course time to take other courses, we want to help make a robust system so that they have the opportunity to test for the syllabi literacy, because that does directly reflect on their transcripts and follows them for the rest of their life. They are deemed state syllabi literacy. It's a big deal. And we would like to be able to get that, to kind of shore up that system so that we don't have kids who are missing out on that opportunity.
However, Patty's not going to take credit. We identified some of those students this year very late in the year, and Patty and Nikki Gravett scrambled and provided them with a test, and we were able to get some students that syllabi literacy 7 that wouldn't have received it. And so thank you for being on top of that.
All right, any other questions regarding college and career? Did I answer the one question I thought you might have had?
No.
Okay, then go for it. I'm ready.
But I am going to learn to be good and let you finish, let everyone else finish their
The teacher and me
presentations
couldn't handle it. I apologize.
Before I interrupt, I'm going to learn and I'm going to grow. I'm also willing to admit, as a 28-year educator, tonight is the first time I even had a realistic hope of understanding these semi-chaotically, ridiculously requirements, okay? In Manteca Unified, we have cute little posters on the wall that say, these are the ADG courses you have to take. That's it. We don't bother going all the other kind of stuff. So obviously the dashboard is mainly, and correct me if I'm wrong, the dashboard is mainly to help us be self-aware, to help the community be informed, and to measure progress, right? It's not, other than the syllabi literacy, like you stated, it's not directly affecting students. Not being deemed holy and worthy and whatever and college career prepared doesn't stop them from actually doing what they're doing. But it also probably indicates that just like the CASP tests, the average student doesn't understand it and doesn't care. And there's no way that counselors by themselves, or whoever else might fill that role, are going to be able to help every child understand what these standards are, what these goals are.
And to that point, what I want us to be careful of as an organization is to not focus on things just so the dashboard looks better, but we need to focus on, are we helping our students and their families prepare them for the goals that they've set?
Right.
And if the goal is the military, and that's what they wanted, were we successful in that, even if it's not identified in the dashboard? That
Certainly.
needs to be our focus. I think if we do some of these things, the dashboard numbers will go up. But to your point, right, it's like it can't be a focus on the metric. The focus has to stay on the
Right,
kid.
the focus has to stay on the student.
Yeah.
And helping them understand that the reason, whether we choose to make a Kumbaya poster or not, that includes CASP scores, regardless of helping students understand that this is education, this is a school, and we're trying to help prepare you for life. And if you rigorously strive for certain goals, you will be better prepared for life, regardless of whether that includes an actual university experience or not. One of the speeches at graduation by, I think, one of the valedictorians was, I'm taking at least a gap year to go work on the family farm. I'm not going straight to university. Outstanding. You do you, man. Be awesome and help make the world grow and all of the things. So I deeply appreciate the presentation. I understand it so much better now, but I absolutely agree that we should not try to fixate on this, but instead remember our goal is to help students aspire to learn all they can.
Ken, any comments? Shane? This is my 4th year on the board, and this is probably the first time I've looked at a lot of LCAP slides. And this is probably the first time that I do actually feel pretty confident in understanding what it is. And that makes me happy, but it also equally frustrates me because I'm sitting here thinking about college and career readiness, and in my opinion, and maybe I'm completely off base by this, but is that if you're graduating from high school and you've completed all the courses, wouldn't that indicate that you are college and or career ready? And so now we have all of these things, and not that we shouldn't care about the dashboard, but I wholly agree that I think if somebody is 18 years old and has passed their ASVAB and is signing up for military, they're clearly career ready to go do that. I think that, to me, it's almost a little disheartening because I'm like, okay, do we not think that our basic, even if you just went by the state standard, that these are the standards to graduate high school, that's not enough to make them college and career prepared? And at the state level, why do we not think that? And if our CAS scores don't matter for anything other than a data point, why do we do them? We used to have a high school exit exam, and you had to pass it to graduate from high school. Would that not qualify you as being prepared to graduate because you know the basics to how to be a functioning human when you graduate? And so this is definitely not an Amador County thing. This is a rant.
I think,
But this is where I really appreciate this. This was actually very helpful, and I think that having these numbers of looking where we undercounted and what doesn't count and how it kind of doesn't matter as long as we are doing as an organization what we should be doing for the students, now that's a big deal. So I'll leave it at that.
yeah, I think just a couple of quick things with that. I think it's important to note too, I'm going to be glass half full on the dashboard here. I mean, prior to 3 years ago, the only indicator we had was, are they college ready or not?
Right.
And to even make an attempt at career readiness, while we believe it's still imperfect, it's a great starting point and gets us to focus on, not every student will go to college and there are other ways to be successful. I also think with the CASP data, yes, it is hard to get students to take it seriously, but in my experience as a principal, you get enough data back that I believe is quality data when you break down the standards that can inform teachers on how to improve or what they need to focus on moving forward and get that breakdown. And it will be a never-ending battle to get a teenager. They're smart, right? The 11th graders go, so wait, why do I have to do well on this? Like they know, right? And so that's always going to be a never-ending battle. Please take it seriously. But I still think it brings us good data that can inform instruction. So, but yeah, I agree with your points, Kayla.
Okay, if there's no further comment, then we would just need a motion for the LCAP.
I move to approve item 13.1, 2627 LCAP plan.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on, we have the 26-27 annual budget adoption. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This is the formal adoption of the 26-27 Amador County Unified School District budget. At this time, there has been no adjustments made from the prior meeting, and with that, we recommend the Board's approval, but I'm available for any questions you may have on what we presented before.
Okay, does anybody have any further questions or comments on budget? Seeing no from Peter, Ken, Shane, anything else? Okay, with that, then we would just need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 13.2, 2627 annual budget adoption.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, item 13.3, the fiscal stabilization plan and budget adoption update.
Perfect. Thank you, Board. Here is our district fiscal stabilization plan budget adoption update. With this budget adopted, the initial blueprint, or when this board adopted this initial blueprint of the fiscal stabilization plan back in March of 2025, our district were navigating severe structural deficits and a qualified certification status. It was designed as a dynamic living management tool to systematically guide ACUSD back to long-term financial health through disciplined operational phases. Tonight, we look through this update. We are standing on a vastly different ground than we were just 1 year ago. And so strategic restoration, our guiding framework for this presentation and indeed the entire budget cycle is strategic restoration. This isn't just about cutting costs, it's about fundamentally reversing long-standing structural deficits and permanently solidifying the district's solvency. Every decision we've executed since late 2025 has been stress tested against a clear metric. Does this action remove structural risk, and does it maximize our out-year operational flexibility to protect classroom instruction? As we look at the numbers for the 26-27 budget, we will see that we have successfully reshaped the baseline trajectory for Amador County Unified. First and foremost, the district has successfully eliminated structural fund deficit spending, turning a previous structural deficit into an active structural surplus at this 26-27 budget adoption. Because of the structural pivot, we are formally forecasting ACUSD will completely clear its previous qualified fiscal designation and advance to full certification this December with our first interim cycle. Furthermore, the recurring unrestricted structural deficit, which historically had lived in our roots in our general fund, has been compressed down to a minor manageable $97,000 this year. As we just discussed, the county side, we have really transitioned away from CalPERS transitioned to CalPERS from our self-insured model, which has had a significant impact on our budget going forward. In addition, we had the major debt elimination with regards to the COP loan and the defeasance that the board executed back in October of 2025. As a reminder, these COPs were originally issued to fund school consolidation, but delays caused principal payments to hit our general fund without any offsetting operational savings. So defeasing this debt was instrumental to helping our MYP significantly get better. And the special education milestones and cost containment. We've really discussed this as well. The internal staffing trying to push for aggressive measures to hiring, specifically SLPs, as well as the AB 602 infusion from the state with regards to additional state provider resources, helping to limit our general fund contribution overall. So we're here again at that three-phase roadmap: phase 1, stabilize; phase 2, realign; and then phase 3, sustain. So we are in phase 2 currently, the realign phase. Reflecting quickly on phase 1, in total, we successfully decoupled our $2 million ongoing structural overhead from the general fund. This was achieved through tight personnel realignment, necessary reductions in force, and natural attrition through rigorous position controls. Additionally, we resolved a legacy audit finding that we had in facing immediate cash drain, and we're able to overcome quite a few things here. In addition, we now move on to phase 2, and we really are looking at this strategic one-time investments. We talked a lot about this in the budget adoption, utilizing those $3.44 million one-time state discretionary funds for non-personnel capital upgrades or even educational upgrades as we look to the 1.1 set aside we talked about with the K-6 math curriculum rollout happening not next year but the year after. In addition, the $1 million Fund 14 deferred maintenance contribution, as well as $600,000 internal van fleet expansion to reduce hyperinflationary contractor costs tied to transportation. With phase 2, we actually execute that. Our targeted efficiency measures are built directly into the budget adoption. Whereas we've formally targeted $1.3 million in structural cost avoidance, we have currently budgeted in $628,000 to help support our baseline restructuring. And then so you can see the effects of this. Our multi-year general fund percent is projected to dramatically increase over the next 3 years as we look to the MYP. And so at this time, that is our fiscal stabilization plan, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Truly impressive. I appreciate the efforts at being super clear. And the English teacher in me that believes in citing sources is impressed you even bother to cite your images on your last slide. But truly phenomenal work, and excited that we are moving toward positivity. I mean, just can't say how grateful I am that we have a plan in place and it seems to be working.
Perfect. Ken, any questions or comments? Shane?
Just want to echo what Peter said. I think this shows that things are moving in the right direction, and just hopefully that things can continue improving.
Yeah, thank you for all the work on all of this. I know that the last couple of years have been quite tumultuous, but I think that we have made a plan and we've executed it, and it's paid off. And so, yeah, definitely appreciate all the hard work you guys do. I know that there's a ton of things that could just make your eyes glaze over when you look at stuff like this. And so, anyway, I appreciate it. So with that, we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 13.3, fiscal stabilization plan, budget adoption update.
Second?
And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, item 13.4, resolution ACUSD 252620, transfer from general fund to deferred maintenance fund.
Thank you, Board. Directly following our presentation on the fiscal stabilization plan and budget update, this next item is the formal mechanism required to execute one of the most critical structural installation strategies we just discussed. This resolution, which authorizes a one-time interfund transfer of $1 million from our general fund to the district's deferred maintenance fund, Fund 14, for the upcoming 26-27 fiscal year. As outlined in the stabilization plan, this is a $1 million allocation. 850 of it is designated to come from that new discretionary block grant, with the remainder actually coming from our LCAP, which will be an ongoing contribution of $150,000. In fact, in the earlier conversations, we are looking at increasing that to $300,000 starting next year. By passing this resolution tonight, the board is explicitly ensuring that these temporary funds are walled off from ongoing operational or personnel obligations and directing them into stabilizing our physical campus infrastructures. And then you'll notice, to provide some historical context, we have included our latest fiscal maintenance plan, our facilities maintenance plan. This was developed alongside Williams Associates. This plan highlighted a steep backlog of vital non-discretionary facility needs across our campuses, targeting long-term maintenance cycles for roofing, HVAC, plumbing, and electrical distribution systems. Historically, when a district faces a structural deficit, deferred maintenance is often the first thing that gets left off the budget. While this provides short-term relief, it creates a compounding liability in the long run. So emergency repairs for failed roofs, et cetera, are definitely impacted over time. Therefore, this is where we look to change that strategy. Utilizing these one-time funds is definitely infusion into this cause, and we take a really big proactive step toward safeguarding our classrooms going forward. Pursuant to Education Code Section 17582, these funds will be deposited into the restricted account, handled separately from all other district resources, and will remain under the strict absolute control of the governing board. Upon your approval tonight, we will begin the formal process to move these funds. At this time, we recommend the board approve this resolution presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I appreciate your including the attachment of the nearly 38 pages of needs in our facilities plan. With what you've just said regarding board participation, does this mean that any proposed projects for that fund will come before us, or not exactly?
So generally, most of these projects will be large scale in nature. So those definitely will still need to be required. Beyond that, if it is a very minor one, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if you have more.
Yeah, I mean, if it's minor in cost and nature, technically it doesn't, but I mean, if it's the will of the board, I think a good next step, because I want to be clear, this is not actually spending the $1 million. This is transferring to a fund that then protects the $1 million to be used solely on deferred maintenance. That 21-22 deferred maintenance plan that's included, you know, I was CBO back then. We developed it in conjunction with our facilities master plan and everything else. There have been projects that have been accomplished in that, primarily around roofing. I mean, that was our greatest need that we identified at the time. We still have a need for roofing projects. And so I think a good next step would be we take the time to go through that plan and refresh it. I don't want to do a long labor-intensive update. I think it's still I mean, what was old then is still old, just a little bit older, right? So I don't think we have to go through this laborious task of saying, is the building still old, right? But I believe what we can do is identify what projects have been completed and do we need to reprioritize what's already in there and then come back to the board with approvals for starting to spend down that fund. And the benefit is we don't have to spend that all next year, right? It goes into deferred maintenance. And for me, the best way to look at it is it's now become its own savings account, not beholden to any fiscal year. There's the money, the board can approve and draw down from that account as we identify projects that need to be completed. And if we pass further resolutions to add more, then we continue. The technicality, just so the board understands, remember, our reserves are based off expenses out of Fund 1, okay, our general fund. So for next year, this $1 million counts as an expense of Fund 1 because we're moving it to Fund 14. Okay, so that we have to have 3% of that plus all other expenses for our reserves. But in any subsequent years or later on in the year, whatever, as we spend down Fund 14, it has zero impact on our reserves, if that makes sense.
And then just to clarify my comment as well with the full stewardship of the governing board, it's basically we can't use it to send it back to Fund 1 or use it for general expenditures without the approval of the board in that sense. And so I'm going to clarify the statement on that.
That's good.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
So I have one more question. I have one question about, in your text for the item, it says accounting treatment. The funds will be accounted for separately as restricted monies. Upon board approval, the county superintendent of schools is requested and authorized to make the specific budgetary transfers. Is that correct?
Well, it's to make the transfers. So yeah, it's
So is it the county superintendent?
it's the superintendent. I put a typo in there. I apologize.
Just want, because I couldn't open the resolution, that's why I asked. It says server error.
Yeah, mine is too, actually.
Thank you.
I'll just add real quick, I would anticipate that this will be addressing short-term maintenance issues as well as long-term, or is it just mainly big dollar?
I'm sure there will be some short-term that get mixed in, but there will still be some deferred, well, just maintenance in general that it falls into our general fund or our maintenance, restricted maintenance account. So there may be some, if they're smaller in scale, they may fall there as opposed to this deferred maintenance.
Yeah, remember, we're still required to spend 3% of our general fund on routine restricted maintenance. So this is above and beyond that.
So funding should not be a holdup to having, for instance, the HVAC ready to go when school starts back up.
I mean, I guess it depends on the scale and scope of that ask.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions about this. I think that this is definitely a huge step, again, in a positive direction to have this kind of be, as you said, a savings account where we can hopefully in future years, if we aren't, scraping by pennies to put something together or fix a door, whatever it is, that we can hopefully in the future, the plan is to be able to add to this account and make sure that we're able to keep up and maintain the buildings, the facilities that we do have. So, anyways, I'm happy about this. So we would just need a motion for this item.
I move that we approve item 13.4, resolution ACUSD 2025-2026-20, transfer from general fund to deferred maintenance fund.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, next we're going to move on to item 13.5. We do have a comment card on this item. Patricia Angija.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I am the mom of 2 Ione Elementary School students. So I'm a little concerned with items regarding the purchase of vehicles being on our agenda prior to the money having been received. I feel like it might be a situation of putting the cart before the horse and using staff time to compile quotes and information before we even get the money. I would appreciate if the board will table this item until we have money in hand. Some additional things to consider with this purchase is, yes, we need a solution to the extremely expensive MGM or enterprise transportation vehicle use. But are these vehicle purchases going to eliminate the use of those sources entirely? Wouldn't more drivers need to be hired to operate these vehicles? We already have a shortage requiring an alternating cancellation schedule of regular school day routes. How are we going to have the ability of staff for extracurricular transportation? I would want the assurance that these purchases will eliminate the MGM and enterprise transportation use before moving forward. I know these vehicle purchases are being presented as a one-time expenditure, but you need to keep in mind they aren't. Vehicles require ongoing expenditures for maintenance, parts, tires, fuel. If more drivers will be needed to be hired, that's an additional ongoing expense for their salaries. The California Department of Education is very clear from their letters to us when we had qualified status that the district needs to avoid new purchases that would result in ongoing expenditures as a result of our qualified certification status. Can the district instead be more aggressive with getting parent driver volunteers to take an extra couple of kids in their own vehicles if they're going to the games anyway? Can coaches or other staff get certified to drive a full-size bus? I think we may have enough full-size buses to use for extracurriculars, so hiring or having existing staff get certified may be cheaper than hiring additional dedicated drivers or buying additional vehicles. Are there other expenditures that are truly one-time expenses that this $600,000 could be used for? I know I am beating a dead horse, but we have a lot of deferred maintenance, and I know we're putting quite a bit into that fund, but maybe more toward that. Another alternative would be for updating the social studies curriculum. I know at least with Ione Elementary School, social studies curriculum is over a decade old, which with social studies curriculum, that's kind of a thing you want more up to date. Math, as someone who holds a degree in mathematics, doesn't change way too much. No one has solved Fermat's theorem yet, so we're still waiting on that one. Social studies, on the other hand, would be good to be up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get into the item. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. As noted in the budget adoption presentation, one of the targeted strategic uses for the one-time funds would be the purchase of transportation vans. To that end, this item would be requesting from the Board the authorization to solicit formal competitive sealed bids for vehicle fleet acquisition and approved reservation of the one-time funds for this purpose. Currently, the Transportation Department is targeting 4 10-passenger transit vans. Of these 4 vans, 2 are set to replace current transit vans, with 2 being additions to the fleet. We're looking at 6 8-passenger minivans. Of these minivans, 2 would be replacing other vehicles currently utilized within the fleet, a vehicle transportation fleet of transportation, and 4 vans expanding the fleet. Lastly, targeting a specialized passenger van equipped to accommodate wheelchairs. This is noted to be a replacement vehicle, but I wanted to clarify that note. The county office purchased a wheelchair van just this in 24-25 fiscal year, utilizing the Medi-Cal reimbursement dollars. The transportation has an additional wheelchair van that currently goes unused due to continuing maintenance needs and high mileage use of over 191,000. So it's replacing a vehicle essentially that is not being used currently. To that end, this will be replacing the one currently going unused and help support our fleet operations, especially for this high needs targeted area. In preparation for these acquisitions, our transportation director has gathered quotes, required specifications for these vehicles. However, the total amount of the purchase requires a formal sealed bidding process awarding the contract or contracts to the lowest responsible bidder. Approval of this item will restrict to $600,000 in one-time funds for this purpose and allow the district to formally start the solicitation of bids. Note this will have zero impact on the approved budget as this was a budgeted item, and that before any purchase is made, the contract awards will be brought to the board for final approval. Currently, we are planning to begin solicitation as soon as tomorrow with a targeted date to bring this back to the board by July 22nd so we could roll out the fleet with the start of the new school year. With that, I recommend the board approve the authorization, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments?
No questions.
Ken?
So we're planning on buying the vehicles outright There will be no financing?
No financing this time, correct?
Okay, and it says reservation of one-time, approved reservation of one-time funds. Are we going to spend those funds before we do receive the money, or are we anticipating receiving that money before we would buy the vehicles?
It would just depend. I mean, there's a chance the state releases the funds in July, but there's a chance they don't. And typically what happens is we end up using some of the reserves to purchase in advance at any start of any school year, because we don't usually receive state funds in advance, but we're spending basically our reserves drawdown until we have it. We also have the trans that we were looking at that would also help float any purchases in advance. However, by the time we're looking to spend this, we will know that the state is committing these funds to the school district and what the allotments are. So we will definitely not be spending this before we know that the budget for the state has been fully enacted with the funds being directed toward the school district.
So we'll know we're receiving the money for sure, we just might not have it yet.
Correct. We just don't know the timing of it.
All right, thank you.
But generally, I will note that these one-time funds do tend to come at least in a significant chunk early on in the school year as opposed to later.
All right, thank you.
Shane?
Would these vans be reducing those costs from the MGM?
So yes, they should. So part of this would be tackling the athletics transportation. And so it wouldn't necessarily be so much drivers that we have on staff potentially, but it could be the coaches who help facilitate some of these transportation needs as needed. So a minivan, for instance, which is one of the things on here tonight, is much easier to drive than even a transit van. And so this provides a unique opportunity for somebody who maybe doesn't quite handle a transit van as well to utilize the minivan, but then it saves on an MGM contract that we would have had to give out. So we'll by no means eliminate what we use with MGM, but it should help reduce it.
Do you have handy, say, for instance, say a Friday night when there's a basketball game that the schools have to travel, what would that run if we had MGM do that? Just ballpark.
Depends on where and how long and how much. It could be anywhere. I've seen them as low as, I don't know, $1,800 up to as much as like over 4,000. It just depends on where, how much, and how long.
I thought I recalled the higher number more often in seeing it in the.
Most definitely. Sometimes you'll see the smaller ones when it's just drop off or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to clarify that voting yes is just going to reserve this money, and then the actual purchase of the vans comes back for the contract. When they award the contract, whoever we're buying the vans from, that comes back to the board.
Yeah, so this is just solicitation or reserving the funds so that we then can solicit for these bids. And once we then have the bids, we'll go through, make sure that they're the lowest responsible bidder, and then bring that to the board for final approval. So none of these will be purchased without.
Okay. And then, I mean, I'm all for this. I've been to the transportation yard a couple of times now this year. After we had an old van literally catch on fire on the side of the road, I think that this would be a responsible use of money. With that, we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 13.5, authorization to solicit formal competitive sealed bids for vehicle fleet acquisition and approve reservation of one-time funds.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 13.6, approval of purchase agreement with the Powder Room Luxury Trailers for an ADA compliant restroom trailer. We do have a comment card, Patricia Angija.
Good evening again, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I'm the mom of 2 Ione elementary school students. In the same vein as the previous item, considering these as one-time expenditures, I don't agree with. In this item in particular, there's going to be funds associated with maintaining, emptying, and cleaning the facilities. Curious as to, was this $30,000 expense included in the budget for the upcoming fiscal year? And I just hope that you will take your time considering this item along with the other items when you really think about one-time expenses. Because I would really hate for us to slide back into a bigger deficit since we're getting this one-time money. Sometimes it can be, as someone who grew up in poverty, when you get your hands on like your tax return, you're tempted to spend it, you know, on things that you necessarily, or not necessarily would spend on if you didn't have those funds normally. So I would really like us to continue the great momentum we've made in keeping fiscally solvent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. The Amador Unified School District frequently requires auxiliary compliant restroom facilities for various school site operations, athletic events, and specialized staff deployments. Staff has identified a uniquely cost-effective opportunity to acquire an asset that fulfills this logistical need without the capital expense of purchasing a brand-new unit. This unit being considered is a 2013 Comfort of Home 3-station restroom trailer, including one dedicated ADA station. It was comprehensively stripped and modernized in 2023 with an all-new commercial-grade fixtures, flooring, walls, and lighting. The seller is a local business entity operating out of Pioneer, California, has offered the unit to the district for $30,000 before listing it onto the open market. This specific unit was actively rented last year and utilized throughout the year at Independence High School to accommodate facility needs. Last fiscal year, the district spent over $36,000 in portable restroom rentals through the powder room, with the bulk coming from the expenditure coming from this unit. This unit would provide the district with a mobile, flexible option that can help assist with more capacity at larger events such as athletics and graduation. In addition, becoming a long-term cost savings by reducing rental needs throughout the year. Whereas the station is likely to be stationary throughout the bulk of the year, the flexibility and ADA-compliant nature of the trailer will help with emergency or last-minute situations. I will note we have we very much appreciate our relationship with the powder room, as they have been a great partner in assisting the district previously with many of the last-minute emergency events or things that have come up that we've needed at a minute's phone call. They've showed up without a doubt. Whereas the bulk of the cleaning and servicing will be done in-house, our maintenance team will likely still explore working with the powder room for necessary dump runs or additional service needs for this product. From just doing some quick research, a brand new 3-station ADA compliant restroom trailer typically ranges between $55,000 and $68,000. And so with that, at this time, I recommend the board approve this purchase agreement, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments on this?
So this is the same unit that was used most of the year at Independence High School?
Correct.
Okay. Having both seen it and thinking it's a high-quality unit, also having once witnessed the powder room personnel at Independence hooking it up to take it to another event for a Friday night thing or something like that, my question is, do we have trained personnel, or will they train our personnel to actually move the thing around? Or every time it moves, we have to get the powder room people to do it?
So the powder room has noted they would be willing to help us with that. I would imagine, and I can't speak to this 100% certainty, that we would work with our staff to help with that.
We have maintenance employees that are well-trained in towing numerous types of vehicles or trailers. So I have full confidence that we have maintenance workers who could, and we have the vehicles already in our fleet that can pull a trailer of that nature. When they own it, they don't let anybody move it around. So that's why you witnessed what you witnessed, which makes sense in their business model. Like, yeah, you can rent it from us, but we're dropping it off, we're picking it up, we're moving it around, right? Because it was their trailer.
Ken?
So we won't need this trailer at Independence High next year, correct?
I think at this time we will be needing that during the day at Independence.
Even though that program is moving away from the campus?
So we're continuously evaluating our program options, and actually that has changed for next year. So we will be maintaining that, you're referring to the adult transition program, and it was just determined this last week based on other adjustments and needs that then that program will remain for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, so how much of this $36,000 that we spent in rentals this past year would be directly attributed to Independence High? Because that cost will disappear after next year.
So the bulk of it was, I can't tell you specifically, but I would say on an estimate, about 30,000 of it. It was significant.
We have had situations in prior years with more incidents with broken sewer lines and other things throughout the district where we've had to rent more trailers from the powder room to be able to maintain keeping schools open. Last year, we had a pretty good year in that respect where we didn't have to rent it too often. And so being able to utilize this in a variety of ways I think will prove helpful. And we also have had situations with athletic events and other things where we have a large number of people with restrooms that can't quite accommodate that crowd, and being able to utilize this on, Friday evenings for football games and basketball games and such will help the situation with our public.
So essentially what I'm seeing is if we have to have it at Independence High next year, we're either gonna buy it for 30,000 or we're gonna rent it for 30,000.
Yes.
So that's what it comes down to?
That's a good way of saying it, yeah.
Because otherwise it makes no sense. If it wasn't gonna be, 6,000 a year for restroom rentals, let them have all the liability. But 100% for sure, we have that same cost next year.
Yes.
All right, no more questions?
Shane?
I guess I would add more of a comment. I would think that having something that is ADA compliant is good insurance in dealing with the public. And it's hard to put a dollar value on that unless you have someone knocking on your door.
Yeah. That's
I echo that. That's very important. And I've been on quite a few campuses. I've seen the powder room trailers on a number of campuses. It was parked in front of my son's classroom for multiple weeks a couple of years ago. I've seen it at Independence High School. I know Amador had the bathrooms on the football field, they're really old.
the Argonaut incident last school year with the sewer
Argonaut
line.
incident with the, yes, I feel that we'll probably be getting our money's worth out of this purchase. I don't have any other questions.
One more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we getting any type of maintenance agreement with them or warranty from them?
They are selling it as is, so no. They are willing to assist with servicing and other things, but it's, it would still be, working with them to get that done.
All right, thank you.
If there's no further comment, we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 13.6, approval of purchase agreement with the Powder Room Luxury Trailers for an ADA compliant restroom trailer.
Second,
The vote, Peter?
yes.
Yes.
Shane? Oh, sorry, Ken, Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay. Item 13.7, resolution ACUSD 2526-21 to accept restricted funds and establish the Amador High School Athlete of the Year scholarships. Scholarship fund, sorry.
Thank you, Board. This resolution is to accept restricted funds, formally establish the Amador High School Athlete of the Year Scholarship Fund. The background on this, Amador High School has a tradition of honoring student athletes through its Athlete of the Year award, which dates all the way back to 1977. While this tradition is deeply rooted, the legal framework governing our Associated Student Body, or ASB, accounts is actually incompatible with holding and tracking multi-year long-term scholarship funds. Therefore, to remedy this, the Amador High School Athletic Director and Principal have requested that our district business office accept and hold these funds in a dedicated restricted fiduciary trust account. With this, there is zero cost to the district. This fund will have no impact on our general fund. It will be completely sustained via outside fundraising and contributions from community organizations throughout the school year. The annual fundraising target is $1,000. The baseline will provide 2 $500 scholarships annually awarded to 1 outstanding male and 1 outstanding female athlete of the year. Both the district and county office house scholarship funds for various initiatives. The largest one that was just spent down actually this past year was the Andreessen Scholarship that was run in partnership with the Amador Community Foundation, which housed over 230,000 at one time and was targeted at students who graduated from Amador High School and lived in Plymouth for at least 1 year. In addition, currently housed in the district and county funds are the Carrari Scholarship, the Garibaldi Scholarship, Carrollton Scholarship, and more, each of their own unique specific amounts and qualifications. Some of these fund balances range from just a few $100s to over $20,000. This would be an additional scholarship to be fiscally maintained under the umbrella of the district, but would continue to be selected by the school site. At this time, I recommend the board pass and adopt the resolution tonight, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments?
I think it's wonderful that we can assist our school sites to do cool things like this and help the community feel like they can make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
So this is just for Amador High and just for funds that Amador High raises for their student athletes?
Correct.
So Argonaut could do the same thing and bring it to us, or do they already do the same thing?
They could bring it to us. They currently do not. At least not, they don't bring it to us.
What's become pretty common, Ken, is a lot of these scholarship funds are being raised and housed with Amador Community Foundation. So there's, if you attend scholarship night at either high school, the majority of the scholarships that are given out, the money is housed with Community Foundation. But we can also be an entity that holds scholarship funds.
Yeah, it's just tough for me to read the optics of, let's get the scholarship started for Amador, and you don't see that Argonaut's doing the same thing. I get it, that it's just, they're doing it as individuals, but, so Argonaut could do it. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, I think to that point, Ken, too, because I agree on that they've been doing the scholarship already. It's just the way the money was housed. It was being housed in ASB, and it shouldn't be housed in their ASB funds long-term. This is a better, more compliant method of how to house those scholarship funds. So it's not a new scholarship, is another way to say it.
And if they do it through the Amador Community Foundation, are there any matching funds with that, you know?
The Amador Community Foundation does a more aggressive investment policy than the county treasury. So our monies get put in the county treasury, which by law have a more conservative investment policy. Community Foundation is more aggressive in their investments. And so over time, they've been able to earn more interest on their scholarship funds than they hold than those that sit with us. But again, it's up to the scholarship holder on where they want to put their money.
All right, thank you.
Shane?
And there are, I guess, protections in place that these funds couldn't be accidentally used for something else, or
So they
This will
live
always
in
be
a
there.
separate fund completely. They live in Fund 73, one we don't talk about very often because it really houses these kind of initiatives.
thank you.
I don't have any questions or comments, so we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 13.7, resolution ACUSD 2526-21 to accept restricted funds and establish the Amador High School Athlete of the Year Scholarship Fund.
Second,
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes.
Shane?
Yes,
I'm also a yes. Okay, item 13.8, resolution ACUSD 2526, authorizing the year-end budget transfers between fund balances and expenditure classifications.
Thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the county side, and it's the same resolution, but this time for the district. In essence, just like the county's resolution, it does not authorize any new spending or alter our bottom line at all. It simply allows us to reallocate existing balances within our current footprint to ensure proper, clean accounting categorization as we close books for the fiscal year. And at this time, I recommend the board approve this resolution as presented, but I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, questions or comments?
No.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
move to approve item 13.8, resolution ACUSD 2025/2026-22, resolution authorizing year-end budget transfers between fund balances and expenditure classifications.
Second,
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, item 13.9, new course request, adult ed, Mrs. Horn.
Good evening. This is the yearly update for our adult ed courses. So each year we renew our certification. So this would be for the 26-27 school year. These are the courses that are currently being offered at adult ed. Any questions?
So none of them are new? We just call it new? Okay,
It's for a new school year.
got it.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 13.9, new course request, adult ed.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, next up, we have item 13.10, the resolution 25-26-23 regarding cannabis dispensary in the city of Cedar Creek. We do have a few public comments. Our first one is Patricia Angija.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I am a mom of two Ione Elementary School students. I just wanted to say that I hope to see district or board representation, or hopefully both, at the upcoming Sutter Creek Planning Commission meeting on July 8th at 6 p.m., where this item will be decided on for the zoning. There's also a city council meeting in August, I believe it's August 3rd, that will also bring that to the city council. But I think the Planning Commission meeting is one that will start really deciding if this will go through or not. So I'd appreciate everyone's presence there. Thank you.
Okay, the next public comment is Ron Hauk, sorry. Okay. And then you get 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Ron Hauk, and thank you for letting me speak here. Embark is a $70 million corporation that wants to put the first fully retail marijuana dispensary with all the most popular and potent THC marijuana products available into Sutter Creek. Studies have shown that the most vulnerable years for marijuana is 15 to 25 years of age, as young brains are still developing. Our high schools and even middle schools already have enough problems with marijuana. Embark knows where the big users of marijuana are, which is why they set up near colleges and high schools like they did in Lake Tahoe. El Dorado County now has 5 full marijuana dispensaries, with the first one going in 2022. Where there is one, more will follow. Other dispensaries are already clamoring to come here. The population of Sutter Creek is approximately 22,700. The population of Amador County is approximately 41,800. The bottom line, this will be the first full retail cannabis dispensary in all of Amador County. This will make Sutter Creek the hub of cannabis for the entire county of 41,800 people. High schools and middle schools are in close proximity to this dispensary. This dispensary is strategically located on the corner of Highway 49 and Ridge Road. So what about the driving problems and congestion around this incredibly busy location? It's already congested, very, very busy, but it will get a lot busier and more congested. There's a reason why insurance companies or insurance rates for drivers have gone up in the states that have legalized recreational marijuana. Accidents have gone up. I find it troubling and appalling that this retail marijuana company can just barge into our little town and convince our vulnerable city council that we really need their mind-altering drugs to help pay for our city improvements, fill our potholes, and enrichen our city funds, while ignoring any concerns for the health, the wellness, and welfare of our city and the entire county. This dispensary will be as big a problem for all surrounding cities and towns in Amador County as it is for Sutter Creek. It bothers me greatly how those that are for this don't really care about what it'll do to all of Amador County, a county of 41,800, and especially what it will do to our youth and young developing minds. Okay, is that 3?
That's 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next is Suzanne Hauk. Sorry. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I spoke last Monday we both did at City Council, Sutter Creek. So I was just going to ask if you would be kind enough to give me an extra 2 minutes just to share what I shared or not.
You guys want to vote on that?
I'd rather let her go and then.
Sounds good. Okay, go ahead and then we can vote after 3.
Thank you. Thank you. Following few things that I'm going to share are from Glenn Spitzer, who's the director of the Amador General Services Administration, who gave me permission to share this information regarding behavioral mental health. The 3 relevant county departments impacted within this category are located in the Health and Human Services Building on Ridge Road. I heard from the Behavioral Health Director and from the Public Health Director and from the Social Services Director, all expressed various concerns around increased access and the use of marijuana by Amador County youth due to the fact that the proposed facility is in the proximity to Jackson Junior High and 2 public high schools and North Star Academy. The concern is consistent with these expressed to me by the Behavioral Health Director of Calaveras County. Retail facilities are legal in Calaveras County. With widespread commercial access, marijuana use is now rampant among adolescents at both high schools and the junior high schools, where vape devices are routinely confiscated from students. This problem is not unique to Calaveras. The Wall Street Journal recently detailed an explosion of marijuana use at the top-ranked Liberty High School in San Diego, following the proliferation of retail facilities in that city. High schools throughout the state are struggling to address the marijuana epidemic. Marijuana advocates have pushed for legalization and widespread use in a twin message. Number 1, marijuana is harmless. Number 2, marijuana is good for you. However, serious medical institutions are finally releasing comprehensive studies, and those studies disprove claims of net benefit and prove alarming detrimental impacts, especially for our adolescents. For example, the New York Times editorial board has long supported the legalization of marijuana, but changed its position a few months ago. The Times reported that Big Weed and other advocates falsely claimed marijuana is a harmless drug that might even bring health benefits, and legalization might lead to greater, not lead to greater use. The Times has changed course this year, the Times, and acknowledged it is now clear that many of these predictions were wrong. They also noted that high-potency cannabis increases the risk of psychosis 5-fold compared to non-users. They also found that chronic cannabis users have smaller volumes of orbitofrontal cortex, a brain region implicated in motivation, and the hippocampus, a brain area implicated in stress, learning, and memory. The problem is not merely in providing greater access to our youth, but it's providing a THC product that is profoundly powerful. Many, if not most, of Embark's products have a 90+% THC content. May I continue?
We would have to motion for the vote to extend the time.
Have you heard enough? I'm just getting into the good stuff.
Make a motion, we allow 2 more minutes.
Thank you so much. It won't be that long. Embark,
second, we have
their
to vote on
products
it.
are,
Give me just 1 second, we have to
I'm
vote on it.
sorry, I'm sorry.
We would just need a second.
Sure.
Second.
Peter?
Second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, 2 more minutes.
Thank you so much. Many of Embark's products are 90+% THC content. This product is over 20 times stronger than the marijuana in the 90s. A typical joint in the 60s to the 90s had the equivalent of 5 to 10 milligrams of THC. For perspective, virtually every vape product sold by Embark has over 800 milligrams of THC. These Embark products change everything. People used to argue that marijuana was a gateway drug. The new and improved marijuana has now become the hardcore drug on the other side of that gate. With the new concentration levels, the THC sold by Embark are stronger than many street drugs and most prescription drugs. They are sometimes 20% stronger than the marijuana used in the past. On a personal note, a few years ago, our youngest son was smoking and vaping high-potency THC oil regularly. We witnessed firsthand in our home the psychotic and hostile behavior that was a side effect of this horrible drug. In the time I have left, my deepest concern is for the youth in our community. They are the targets of all these pot dispensaries, regardless of the 21-year-old requirement to buy. Friends, family members, people selling on the street will get them what they want, and these kids are the ones who will suffer the horrible side effects of this new and improved pot. Sutter Creek has money in its coffers right now. Surely, we do not want to sacrifice our youth and our great community because Sutter Creek wants to use pot to fix potholes and use pot to repair the streets. There are other options to making the needed money for these things, and I implore you not to throw our youth and our community under the bus for dirty money. So please, vote no on Embark. And also, Mr. Critchfield, it'd be great if you could come to one of the Monday night meetings. Because what you shared last time, it was powerful. So it'd be great if you could come. the Monday after this next Monday. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Critchfield.
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion last week about this, and the board direction was to bring a resolution forward opposing the marijuana dispensary. I don't really have anything further to add. I know Board Member Crow requested just more information on the other side. As I did a little bit more research and communication with the city manager of Sutter Creek, he pointed me towards the staff report. That's available on Sutter Creek's website, but I included it as an attachment this week. It was not an attachment last week, so it's the second attachment. I have it labeled exactly how they have it labeled, so it's number 11 _ Ridge Road Embark PC staff report. And so that document that was produced by City of Sutter Creek staff, who obviously are recommending that. But I again, for full transparency, wanting to look at both sides, I included that as an example of the other side. My recommendation has not changed. Again, going back to my experience as a high school principal and now as a district office staff member for 9 years who's worked closely with our secondary principals, we have a major problem with our youth and using marijuana. And I just, I believe that creating more access to these types of drugs for adults will then in turn create more access for our youth. And so this resolution is brought forward to you as a recommendation based on your direction given last meeting.
Okay, we can go down the line and share our thoughts. Peter?
I personally love how the resolution was written. Thank you again for coming to share tonight. I too have been affected by this, by one of my children, and absolutely want to do whatever I can to help fight it. The city states both an event on the 5th and on the 8th. Is this being discussed at both, or strictly the Planning Commission meeting on the 8th? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
I can look into that for you and get you information on those meetings.
Okay, because I'm happy, both items are on the calendar, and it's not real clear yet what's being discussed, but it is a Planning Commission meeting on Wednesday, the 8th at 5 p.m.
You have, the zoning for this that they're doing has to be approved by the Planning Commission, is my understanding, and then the actual embark would have to be approved by the City Council. So you have two different governing bodies in the city of Sutter Creek that have meetings that have to approve this.
So what I'm hearing, I have to show up to both, on Monday the 5th at 6 p.m. and Wednesday the 8th of July at 5 p.m. I will do my utmost to be there and be obnoxious and annoying and all those things, please.
They can't comment.
Yeah, we can't have interaction with the public. No, it's okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
I'm happy to follow up with you after the meeting.
Okay. Ken, go ahead. No questions right now. Shane, go ahead.
So I completely understand the concerns that are raised by the public comments. I just am not confident that this is the role of the school board to get involved in a land use decision right now without having that decision made by the city. If down the road, if the city asks for us to provide, our feelings, I think that's the time that we could say, voice our concerns. I'm worried that making a resolution is pulling the school board into becoming part of a planning commission, and that has nothing to do with being on the school board. Looking at other substances or elements that are detrimental to our students. We have alcohol places nearby there, smoke shops that sell vaping, and we haven't passed any resolutions on that. I really wish that we could get someone from the city to come and provide comment at one of our school board meetings. Looks like there's meetings in July and August, and I just think it's premature for us to take a position on this. I would propose that we table this until it is decided through the city. And again, this is not being an advocate or an opponent of anyone's. I don't think that the school board should be in the position to make a decision. What's going to happen down the road if someone's business didn't pass and they say, well, how come you didn't come and support my business? Or if they say, how come you supported that business? We're getting pulled into something that does not involve the role of the school board. And as I said, I think that if we're asked by a city government or city council or whoever the decision makers are to provide our input, that's the time. But I do not feel that this is the role of the school board to get involved in this at this time.
Okay. I think my position still stands on this, is that I don't see it as us getting involved in, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not capacity. I think that as an educational institution where we are responsible for educating and the safety of the youth in our community, that we have an obligation actually to oppose things like this. If they were going to put up this massive BevMo right next to Independence High School, I'd probably say that's not a good idea either. So I think my position still stands on this, that I don't have a problem with the resolution going forward as it is. I don't think that, again, that this holds them to account. However, it does just voice our opinion. That's any further question or comment?
I guess that's my point is, I just do not feel, like I said, I'm not taking a position that I am pro or against anything. I just don't think that we should get drawn into something like this, because we're setting a precedent that other groups are going to come and ask us for support or ask us to provide opposition. And I just think it's opened up the door that something that we shouldn't be involved in, and we shouldn't be taking our valuable time to get involved in things like that. Like I said, you have the gas stations that sell liquor right there. We don't have any resolutions saying that, opposing that. There are several smoke shops in that area. We haven't done any resolutions saying that we're against those or for those. I don't know who would say they're for any of those, but we haven't taken any action like that. And I would rather table this to bring the resolution back once it's been decided. If it's voted down, well then, it's a moot point. But I would rather let the process play out, let the city work through whatever plans they're bring this back, and then have the resolution presented then. But I think it's premature to do it even before the process has played out through the city of Cedar Creek.
Okay. Peter?
So my only
Go ahead.
thing is, I would also like to table the motion, only because if we're going to vote on something like this, if we are going to get involved with it, I would like it to be a full board vote. I would like for James to be here, so all 5 of us vote, and we all have a voice in it. If we just table it till the next meeting, we will get to see the results of the planning commission meeting. And it sounds like the city also has another meeting. I don't see the disadvantage of just pushing it to one more meeting.
Would it be possible to get feedback or a legal opinion from our attorneys on, what kind of ramifications, if there are any, on something like this, if the board takes a position that is, in my opinion, outside of the scope of what we should be doing?
So I checked with legal, and they helped me write the resolution. And so what I was advised at the time was, this is a typical position that a school district can take. But I want to be clear, I didn't ask the question to the level of specificity that you're asking.
I think that'd be good to know what, are we opening up a Pandora's box by taking a position even before anything has been decided? I think that'd be helpful. And I don't know if it could be done by an email or something that isn't time consuming or isn't as costly, but I think that'd be good to have. At least we know where we stand if if we are setting a precedent.
Peter, any further thoughts?
Respectfully, I vehemently disagree with you. I think that the very fact that these substances and the use of these substances are prohibited by both state law and by board policy, it is absolutely our duty to publicly voice our opinion, which is why I will be attending the meeting regardless of what we decide tonight, and perhaps not as my capacity as a board member, but as a concerned citizen and parent who believes that, especially when a decision is coming down to the wire, as it seems to be potentially decided on July 5th, we should voice our opinion and not wait around until they've decided and say, oh, by the way, we're against this. The wording of the resolution, I think, is absolutely safe, and the same, to make a comparison, okay, you can only know what you know, right? And there's a lot of areas I'm certainly very ignorant of, and I admit that. But it is common, for example, as Mr. Critchfield has said, for school districts to do this, to voice opposition to things that they think are likely to cause harm to their students. By the same note, or the same capacity, it is common for churches or religious institutions to oppose laws that they think are harmful to people, because that is their very role, to stand up for the morality of society. And as members of a school board, we're not in this capacity basing this on some kind of religious dogma, but on verifiable actual harm. And in some ways it would be somewhat hypocritical if we didn't say anything, because we actually hold our students accountable on the regular. And staying silent can also be seen as a patent endorsement of that this is okay. But then I admit that years ago, when California attempted and did successfully legalize this ridiculously harmful substance, I was certainly one of those who voted against it then too. I think it is our duty to speak up on right and wrong when it has obvious harm to our students.
So I don't think it'll be approved July 5th because the planning commission has to approve it first on the 8th. So I do think we have a window.
Okay.
And I'll just add that, there's other aspects of the dispensary. Amador County has one of the highest rates of cancer in the state. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that use cannabis for pain management and dealing with the effects of the chemo and all that. So I would rather, I think it's better as a school board to be fully educated. And I know everyone has their personal stories of this is involved. I think it's required that we take in all the information. If we had say we have some decision that's looming, and if another board came out and opposed it before we even made that decision, I don't think that would be well received. How is us taking a position, what would that do to our relationship with the city of Sutter Creek as far as other things that are happening down the road? I think, again, I'm not saying I'm pro or negative or anti. I'm just saying we should table this and gain more information. Of course, everyone up here is opposed to anything that would be harmful to our students. That's why we're up here on the board, is trying to do what's best for our students. I am just saying this should be tabled, and so that we could hear more information. I would like to hear from the attorney to see if there's anything that this could cause us for anything else that the school board makes decisions on. I just feel that it's important to be fully informed before we make a resolution and step out into that water where we're making decisions even before something has been fully vetted from someone like the city of Sutter Creek.
So when it comes to other agencies or entities not wanting us to comment on their things, I mean, we've had so many entities come to our board meetings and oppose a multitude of things, consolidation being one of the major factors where we haven't always seen eye to eye with every agency, and you do your best to have a good relationship with those people, even if you don't see eye to eye on something. I think the only reason I'm gonna say sure to table it is because right now we only have 4 board members, and you must have 3 votes to pass a resolution, whether there's a full board or if somebody is absent. So, with that, I think that, I will move to table this until the July 22nd meeting. Okay, and the vote, Peter?
No.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
So can I be clear? I want to make sure I'm clear on what's expected of me for this next meeting. So I will get some clarification from legal counsel on the questions that Trustee Crow asked. What I wrote down is, are we opening Pandora's box with taking a position on this matter? Does this set a precedent on taking positions on other matters in the future? And then I believe it's in our best interest in that situation. If I'm going to get an opinion from legal counsel, that would be shared with the board outside of the board meeting. We typically don't share legal opinions at board meetings. So that would be something done in advance of the July 22nd board meeting. And then, Shane, you also mentioned inviting, or I don't know if you said the word invite, but it would be nice to hear from City of Sutter Creek staff. Do you want me to invite, talk to the city manager and see if he or a staff member are willing to come to our board meeting on the 22nd to talk about this?
I think that would be ideal so that we have both views on this presented and publicly and online so people at home can see it. Again, this isn't I'm pro this or anti this. I just think that we need to be careful in how we proceed with this.
I'm happy to invite. Obviously, they're not beholden to our invitation, but I will make that invitation for the July 22nd meeting.
Okay, moving on. Item 13.11. We do have a resolution authorizing the award of a contract for district-wide cafeteria kitchen flooring upgrades. We do have a public comment. Patricia and Gija.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I'm a mom of 2 Iona Elementary School students. I truly am glad and grateful to see so many facility items on tonight's agenda, as I believe taking care of what we already have is the best course of action. I was just curious about a couple of things. It's glaringly obvious that the Ione campuses are missing from this list. I was just curious how old those floorings are versus the floorings of the campuses that are looking to be approved. I'm wondering if these flooring projects were already in our budget for this upcoming fiscal year. And I was just wanted to ask these few things that you can hopefully consider these things before voting to approve them. Obviously, maintaining our facilities, I completely am on board with. Just, it's good to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Critchfield, or Mr. Norton, I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This item is for Resolution ACUSD 2025-2026-24, which represents authorization to award a contract for district-wide cafeteria kitchen flooring upgrades. The commercial kitchen flooring across 7 of our school campuses has reached the end of its useful life. To ensure employee safety, remain in strict adherence with environmental health codes, and maintain optimal sanitation, we need to completely replace these services. These projects will address the kitchens at Amador, Argonaut High School, Jackson L, Pine Grove L, Pioneer L, Plymouth L, and Sutter Creek Elementary Schools. Other schools not noted within this district have recently had floor replacements that was not needed at this time, which include Ione L, Ione Junior, as well as Jackson Junior High. Scope of the work is a turnkey installation. It includes the full demolition of old flooring, extensive subfloor preparation, and the installation of a high durability, seamless, polysafe Apex safety flooring system with welded seams and an integrated cove base to completely eliminate moisture and bacteria traps. This actually was first integrated at ION-L just a few years ago with that flooring that was in need of replacement, and is the direction we want to move across the district after seeing the success there. I want to highlight two critical fiscal points to the board. This will have zero cost to the general fund. This project was entirely funded, or will be entirely funded using federal allocation strictly restricted to the Child Nutrition Fund or with food service. And so this is the Fund 13 project. So this was also identified in our food service spending plan as a project we were looking to do. Strict procurement compliance, because we are utilizing federal funds, we strictly follow the federal uniform guidance procurement standards. We actively sought open competition and obtained 3 independent written rate quotations from qualified commercial contractors. Our side-by-side matrix clearly shows that the KYA group is the lowest responsible bidder. KYA group came in at $222,233.51. Choosing KYA group saves district over $38,400 compared to the next lowest bidder. And this brings us to the specific legal mechanism of tonight's action. The district operates under the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, otherwise known as CUPCA. Under these rules, public projects of $220,000 or less can be awarded via informal bidding, which was done in this case. KYA's highly competitive bid, $222,233, slightly exceeds that informal threshold by $2,233. Fortunately, Public Contract Code Section 22034.5 provides a direct cost exception mechanism for exactly this scenario. It allows the board, by a 4/5 affirmative vote, to pass a resolution awarding the contract of a contract of up to $235,000 to the lowest responsible bidder. So this would require essentially all 4 of you to vote yes tonight. If it is a 3 to 4, it is will not pass. Passing this resolution also allows us to avoid a lengthy formal public advertising campaign that would delay construction and increase administrative costs. Furthermore, KYA's pricing is routed through the state-vetted California Multiple Award Schedules, or CMAS program, adding an extra layer of verified pricing protection. By approving this resolution tonight, you authorize us to execute a contract with KYA Group, which will allow us to use this summer break to complete a portion of these projects prior to the school year beginning. Remaining projects would be scheduled to be completed during the fall and winter breaks, ensuring there is no disruption to student meal services. At this time, we recommend the board adopt this resolution, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have one thing too. Thank you, Robert, for that presentation. So I was heavily involved with the flooring project at Ione Elementary that actually came in conjunction when we did the massive renovation project of the culinary room at Argonaut High School. And this is where all of you doing site visits may come in handy. When you visit Ione, you may not have noticed the flooring because of the counter and all of that, but it's the same flooring that's in the culinary room at Argonaut. And that epoxy floor, while we've had it for several years, I think I told Robert a few years and I'm losing it, it was pre-pandemic. So those floors are at least 7 years old, but man, it is quality. I mean, it is the product that, and KYA, they actually, most of the time they refer themselves as Kaya as a company. So Kaya was the same company that did those 2 projects back then. We were actually just going to do the culinary room, and then we had issues down at Ione Elementary, and we made the decision, and they gave us a very fair bid. Since we're already coming out to do the culinary, why don't we do Ione Elementary so you can see how it works in a kitchen? And those floors have withstood the test of time really, really well. And so this is a great product. I appreciate Robert and Mike Pingree working on this, using these federal funds that can be used for kitchen infrastructure to update so many of our other campuses.
And I will, add one more thing. With regards to the federal funds, the food service spending plan, these are funds that we have in excess, so we do need to start spending them down. And we've been spending them down actively with the nutrition services piece that we created earlier this year, et cetera. Yeah. But this will be a part of that project to help spend those down.
Okay, questions or comments on here?
What I'm trying to understand, is this strictly for the kitchen food prep area, or does this include the cafeteria itself?
Because these are federally funds, they could only be for the food prep area.
Okay. If they're so great, And if we have to spend down that budget, are we allowed to use Fund 13 for cafeteria or no?
Unfortunately, cafeteria falls under the purview of the general fund, or at least other funds, not the cafeteria fund. It's
Okay.
unfortunate in that sense, because that was my first question.
Thank you.
So a couple questions. How many sites do they plan on doing at a time?
That is a great question. I do not have that answer.
Because looking at their schedule, we're going to give them a notice to proceed possibly tonight. A submittal for 4 weeks, submittal review 2 weeks, material lead time 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, we're running out of summer.
Yeah, they did note they could get some out this summer, so I do see that timeline too. That's pretty tight.
So then are they hoping to do the majority of, I think it's 7 of them, while we have the kitchen in use?
Well, they were hoping to do it over the different breaks. So if it's not summer, it'll end up being fall break, winter break. I know at that point they'll have everything lined up and ready to go and then just execute.
So we obviously will pay per site as they go.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no percentage of the total cost, down payment, or anything like that. It's per site?
I'll have to look into that, but I do know that all these are going to be executed basically independently, so they will be per site charges when those are completed.
Typically with CMAS contracts, because it's part of the multiple school awards, they would invoice us after each project is completed. So they would invoice us kitchen by kitchen after it's done.
Okay, so are you able to dictate the terms of which sites get done first?
We'll work with Mike on that. We can provide you an update once, if this is approved tonight, we can provide you an update with a proposed calendar.
Yeah, I just think we should be able to tell them, okay, you can't do them all this summer. These are the ones that really need it.
Yeah, which ones are the most in need? I couldn't answer that tonight.
Right, no,
Which
but
ones
I'm
are the
just
most
hoping,
in need. Yeah,
as we go along, we're gonna tell them.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Shane?
Did they tell you, I didn't see it, did they tell you what the cure time is for once they start?
So I can speak to that. When they did the floor in the culinary room, I know there were at minimum 2 steps, but the way they use it, it was like back-to-back days, and then like another, I believe, 2 days on top of that. So I want to say cure time was in the neighborhood of, from beginning to end, probably in that 4 to 5 day range. So if you're looking at like a fall break, I've worked with contractors before, you have them come in on the Saturday, and then they start pouring the epoxy on Monday and Tuesday, and then it'll be dry by the following Monday. So it would be a tight window for a 1 week school break. The 2 week winter break, obviously, they could maybe attain a little bit more.
That's good to know, because I could see that if it was a 5 day cure, come Monday morning, you got footprints everywhere.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know,
So,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. I don't have any further comments on here, so we would just need a motion for this item. Yeah.
Question, Jared? One of their exclusions is abatement, containment, or disposal of hazardous materials. Do we think we're gonna come across any of that in our kitchens?
So in our AHERA book, to my knowledge, our AHERA book keeps track of which floors have potential contaminants in it, typically asbestos. I believe that all of these kitchen floors are known as not having that, but we will verify with each floor if that's the case.
All right, thank you.
Just mainly for educating everyone, can you describe what the formal and informal bid process is for the district, just so that people know?
So with this formal process, we would have actually seeked out sealed bids. We would have regionally advertised it through usually some kind of press or newspaper. And so it goes out, and then basically people submit their bids. We can't look at the bids until a certain date, so people have the same opportunity to submit them over time. And so once that's happened, we review, there's a specific criteria we've got already kind of planned out of what we're looking for. And so then we rate which is the lowest responsible bidder at that time. Whereas the informal is kind of, I know you 3 grade have great flooring companies, so I'm gonna go to you, and you, and we're gonna look at your quotes and kind of see what they look like without basically advertising to the world. Now, if the world came to us, we'd obviously take that, but how would they know? So this is just, we proactively search on the informal more so than anything else, whereas the formal is it goes out to the world. You could still do the other, but they still have to submit a sealed bid like anybody else.
We also maintain a CUPCA website. Our CUPCA procedure was approved just prior to me becoming CBO 9 years ago. And so in my first year, we established a partnership with Quality Bidders, and so we maintain a CUPCA website. We have hundreds of contractors on there. So when we do the informal bidding process, we put the project in there, and anybody who identifies as a company that will do flooring gets a notification on if they want to put in an informal bid.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further questions? All right, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 1311, Resolution ACUSD 2025/2026-24, authorizing the award of a contract for district-wide cafeteria kitchen flooring upgrades.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 12, Resolution ACUSD 2526-25 to accept restricted funds and establish the Educational Options Local Scholarship Fund.
Thank you, Board. This one's very similar to one we had earlier tonight. Resolution would be accepting the restricted funds to establish the Educational Options Local Scholarship Fund. Our Educational Options Program, which includes Independence High School, North Star Academy, and County Community School, operate a local scholarship program to provide financial support to graduating seniors as they transition to higher education and vocational programs. Much like the earlier item, our associate student body, ASB accounts, are legally restricted from holding, investing, and providing the multi-year tracking with these funds. And therefore, again, to ensure proper governmental accounting, transparency auditing, and structured management, the Educational Options Administration has requested that the District Business Office establish a dedicated fiduciary trust account to hold and distribute these funds. Again, this will have zero cost to general fund and is entirely self-sustaining, funded exclusively via restricted outside community donations and private donors. Thanks to the incredible growth, the generous funding from the community partners, for the current school year, the fund will open with a restricted balance of $6,000 and disperse two separate scholarships valued at $3,000 each. With that, we recommend the board approve this resolution tonight, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments on here?
No.
Ken?
So I'm just curious as to what is this scholarship? What's it for? And is it a scholarship that we're giving to these students? And if so, then who decides who gets the scholarship?
So the criteria was set by the program. I'm kind of looking up to see exactly what the specifics are. So the attachment should have some of those pieces in it. I know they have to apply for it.
I saw that.
Okay. And so then it is chosen at the school site, and they have their own formula for deciding who gets what, essentially. So we don't so much dictate any of that. That is decided at the school site level. I don't remember offhand what this was, or at least in terms of the specifics as to what the qualification was to get it. I think you have to be a part of either the community school, Independence High School, and graduating from those programs, North Star, but I don't recall what that was.
So I'm all for the scholarship. I would like to see, though,
I have the attachments in my office, which I did not include here, so I can provide that to you.
qualifications, and then do they pick a group of teachers to decide that?
There is a group, I can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is another one that was funded by the community organization previously, or not funded, but taken care of, managed by the community organization previously?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Then we would just need a motion. I move to approve item 13.12, the resolution to accept restricted funds and establish the Educational Options Local Scholarship Fund.
Second,
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 13.13, the Walden University Field Site Affiliation Agreement.
Good evening, trustees. This is very similar to other MOUs I've brought forward to the board on behalf of the Unified School District. This is with Walden University. This would establish the district as an official educational field placement site. It's for a 5-year term. The programs that are offered through Walden are undergraduate, graduate, and postgrad programs in the fields of nursing, social work, counseling, psychology, health sciences, and interdisciplinary studies. We actually have a prospective candidate for social work that is interested in working, using our district as a field site. I recommend approval. There's no fiscal implication to the district, and there is at any point, either party can terminate with a 30-day written notice.
Questions or comments?
No.
No.
No? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 13.13, Walden University Field Site Affiliation Agreement.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to our discussion items. We have one, the ACUSD Human Resources presentation.
All right, good evening, trustees. This is very similar to the item that was presented during the County Office of Education report. Again, I want to just praise and thank the phenomenal staff in the Human Resources Office. We have Dana Hartman, who works on our personnel side with onboarding substitutes, volunteers, and several other connections with prospective employees. We have Ms. Lori McQuiston, who's the administrative assistant to unit. We have Don Griffin, who oversees the credentialed side or certificated side, and we have Lisa Yarbrough on the classified side. And everything you're going to see here today really is about them and the work that they do. I just have the honor of working with them and being able to support the good work we're doing in support of what you've identified as a mission for us. In the district, during the 2025-2026 school year, we've had 90 new staff members that have been onboarded. In this next chart, you'll see that unlike the county side where there was more of our classified staff that were identified, or more importantly, that came on board, in this, it actually tips more to our teaching side, and I'll have a slide later that breaks that down on what those numbers of staff are. But not too far behind is our instructional aides. So it is a always revolving work that we're doing in the area of looking for classified staff, as well as our certificated staff. And you'll see up at the top, we've got our transportation, we have nutrition services, information technology. We did have a resignation earlier this year, and we were able to replace that person. We had the one new hire there, but for the most part, 90 across the 2025-2026 school year. In our certificated staff component, what we're looking at here, the entire unit, this is the Amador County Teachers Association, is comprised of 192.647 FTE. We hired 36 staff, and you can see the breakdown of the staff that were hired. Our largest group is our elementary teaching group, and then you can see the other areas that were identified, or more importantly, that we hired for. This is one of those for us. It's in the spring, we're identifying where those potential opportunities are for the next school year. We're in that mode right now. Earlier this spring, we identified where any potential openings would be due to resignation or other factors, and then trying to recruit and hire for those. So of the 36 staff, you can see again, a large percentage of them in elementary teaching. And then what makes it extremely critical on this side of the house is the single subjects. So at our secondary level, single subject credentials are required. And in some of those areas, math and sciences, special education, those are hard to fill. And so it's every bit of the work trying to make sure we can get those positions covered. On our classified staff, on the bargaining unit on that side, that's California School Employees Association, Chapter 239. We have 183.90625 FTE. That accounts to 261 assignments. So very similar to what I shared earlier with you. We have folks that are not all working 1.0 FTE. They could be working any percentage of that FTE in their day. And in some of the cases, we have folks that are working more than one position. We could have someone that's an instructional aide in the morning that then becomes a playground supervisor in the afternoon, and then in some cases might even be working in our on the county side in the LOP, and that happens quite a bit. But for the most part, you can see our district hires, instructional aid being the largest percentage or largest group at 23 hires over the course of the year, and then the other groups that are identified there. Very similar to the County Office of Education side, we do have promotions. These are some of the promotions that we saw this year, or we experienced this year. So these are folks that have moved into new positions. They were employees already, and they moved into a different position with us during the course of the 2025-26 school year. On the management and classified, over the course of the 2025-2026 school year, we had onboarded 7 new managers, 5 certificated, 2 classified. We had specific hires. Matter of fact, over at Argonaut High School, we had a principal and a VP that were hired over the to start the year this last year. And so those are all taken into consideration as well of the work that's happening in supporting our management and confidential. And one other piece too, and I shared earlier, just looking at the substitutes that we've onboarded, the substitutes in this particular realm, we're looking at 49 teachers. Those teachers could be working either on the county side or the district side, and the same for our classified. We still get quite a few folks that look at our applications on EdJoin. Matter of fact, most recently, and this is something that I know I've seen over the course of many years now, we're seeing more and more out-of-state applicants. Matter of fact, today we had a interview panel for VAPA, for Visual Performing Arts, most important music, and we had 2 or more that were from out of state. And that's something we're seeing more and more of, and as much as possible, we try to accommodate that, knowing full well, and this is where the back-end work of human resources start, is if you do have an out-of-state candidate, it's then working with them and making sure that they can obtain, or more importantly, they have everything they need to be able to be eligible for a California credential. State of California does not have reciprocity with any other state, so I could have a full credential from the state of Texas, and when I come to California, I need to fulfill or meet the requirements of the California credential. Initially, they will provide me essentially clearance to teach with that credential, but then within the course of the first 2 years, I have to complete any additional requirements: U.S. Constitution, health, English learners, and several other areas. But in all aspects of what we're doing in human resources, it really starts with our schedule and how we plan and approach the work. I talked with the county board earlier. We right now in summer we are every bit of still chasing after getting some critical hires for our district. We currently, and I'll share with you, one of the things that happens is opportunities become available. We had an opening at our high school for a physical education teacher, and one of our own who was already working with us in the district decided that they want to take that opportunity, and so they've transitioned to the high school, which has now left an opening at another school, and so we're actively recruiting for those types of positions. The great thing is the person's with us still; they're still working with us in the organization, but it now creates that added additional work to be able to try to get that position backfilled. We'll be working through the summer, and with the superintendent's support, what I'd like to do is potentially bring back a report to the board at the start of school and how we've been able to do over the summer and getting a lot of these critical positions filled. But altogether, we are very excited with the work that's happening. We're getting a lot of really good interest here in the district. One of the things that if I could fix today, and I would wave the magic wand to get it done today, is being able to help prospective candidates understand the beauty that is in Amador County and Amador County Unified, and that Amador County Unified does not have Amador Valley High School. We get so many applicants that will look at our district and they'll apply for our district, and they are looking at Amador, and they're not realizing that we're not Amador Valley, which is in the Bay Area. So, but other than that, we're going to keep working at it, and really appreciate the team in human resources and our partners in the business office, as well as all of our partners across the district. As much as possible, we want to make sure that our principals are able to, be available as much as possible during the summer when we do have some of those great candidates to interview and get them up. So I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments?
I do appreciate the work involved in this. It is nice to hear from you and your team and all the effort involved. It is significant. It gives us a better glimpse in some of the behind the scenes, and I would absolutely welcome an update. My math might be kind of bad, but it seems like we have certificated-wise just under around 18% of our employees. And so I don't know what continues needs to be done for retention. And obviously, if teachers are not meeting our standards, we shouldn't keep them. But I am eager to perhaps know some of that information as well, as how many teachers that join us choose to stay or something. That would be helpful information.
A question and a comment. So as far as transportation, there were 5 new employees. How many of those were bus drivers, and how many bus drivers did we lose? So are we net positive or net negative as far as drivers go?
Yeah, I definitely have that data. Unfortunately, I don't have it on my fingertips here, but I can actually pull that up and be able to get some to the trustees later.
So define later.
Define later would most likely be within the week, because I will not be available tomorrow and we have a holiday on Friday.
Cool. And then my comment is, when I first got on the board a year and a half ago, all I heard from Jared was, I've been on the board I've been on the cabinet for 7 years, and I've had 23 different people. Well, I've been here for a year and a half, and it's the same 5. And I think that's awesome. So I think the school district, maybe we're not doing it quick enough for people, but we're on the positive highway. So thank all 5 of you.
Okay.
I totally agree. I think we have we're going in a good direction, and I just say I hope things keep moving forward where we're filling these positions and getting good people, and hopefully taking care of some of those contract positions with permanent people.
Sure. I'll just kind of reiterate what I said at the county meeting. I think that this is all super good information. I think it's nice to see what HR is doing most of their day, I think. I think sometimes the HR department, not just in our district, but in probably many organizations, gets a really bad rap because they don't always have to do the fun stuff when it comes to personnel and stuff like that. So I appreciate this. I think you guys are doing a good job. I think there's a lot of, I don't want to say cleanup that's been done in the last few years, but I'll just say it. There's been a lot of cleanup that's happened over the last few years. There was a time when our HR department was not quite so on top of things. And so I appreciate all the work that's gone into kind of making sure that we have position control, we're doing things right, we're documenting all the things that have been supposed to be happening that are actually helping our district run more efficiently, operate better, make sure our employees are A, taken care of, and B, being held accountable to standards that we want to set. So I appreciate that. And thank you for the information.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move on to our information-only items. This one is item 15.1, El Dorado Union High School District Transportation Partnership Review.
Yeah, so we just provided both of these, or Mr. Norton put those together. These were based on questions last week about transportation, utilizing a partnership with El Dorado, and then the benefits of the school farm financially with produce. So just not even really set up as a discussion, obviously, if there's a question, but just wanted you to provide you with that information. So thank you, Mr. Norton, for doing that.
Okay. Any questions on that?
So I have a question on 15.2. Over the summer, I mean, obviously we aren't using all the produce because we have much less population of students. What are we doing with that produce?
I can't speak exactly. I know we still have the summer food program. So not only we're not basically having the folks in our schools, but we do have, well, some folks still in our schools, but we're also providing outside resources. We have the partnership with Calaveras. I know we have a summer program here. So I'm sure it's not going to waste, but I'll have to get back to Mike and get some specifics on that.
Do you know if we work with any of the food banks?
So I know Mike was reaching out to food banks, and I also know that we were looking into the legality of if we have a surplus, can we do like a produce stand and sell it to the community as well? So I know he was, last time I spoke to him, but that was several weeks ago. Those were the things he was working on.
Yeah, just my concern is it looks like we're producing so much.
We are.
I hope that it's just not going to waste over the summer months. So if we could just get a little bit of feedback on that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Kind of tying in with that, I mentioned last board meeting that there's many more homeless students that I wasn't aware of. It'd be nice if there was some way to supplement what those families need with some of the surplus. I don't know if it's a possibility, but just throwing it out there.
Definitely worth looking into.
That's a good idea. I think that's worth looking into. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item 6. We do not have any board policy updates tonight, so we'll move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, just two brief things. First one, Robert, Shane and I all attended the CalPERS, I guess technically it wasn't a board meeting, it was a committee meeting on their health insurance. We went a few months ago, and I know James was our board representative that time that attended, and had some of our labor partners came. Obviously, with being summer, it was more difficult for some of our labor partners to attend, so they were not there, but the three of us came. Robert made public comment, put together, in my opinion, a great 3-minute public comment speech. There were several members of the Retired Public Employees Association there, and just to kind of tell you, we didn't know any of them before the meeting, but he got a pretty rousing round of applause from them after, which was kind of unplanned, after his speech. And then the president of that organization immediately found Robert after the meeting to introduce herself and talk about that they also advocate for employees, not just retired employees, when it comes to health insurance. We were encouraged early on in the meeting and then discouraged. They were walking through the plan offerings for CalPERS for the 2027 plan year and had put on there a Sutter Health plan because they had they could not come to a agreement to continue services with United Health. And so they were dropping that contract with United Health, replacing it with a Sutter Health plan. We were all very encouraged by that. And then in their presentation, they listed the 6 counties that that plan would be available in, and they listed Sacramento and San Joaquin counties at our western border, but Amador was not one of them. So Robert adapted his speech to address that as well. There were Sutter representatives in the audience that then approached us as well, and so we're hoping, I know hope is not a plan, but we're still advocating to see if there's a way that CalPERS could add that Sutter plan and make it available for our employees in 2027. And then Robert, maybe you could take a quick minute to talk about our region and what you were advocating for on rates. And then Shane, I know he and I talked about, he had a couple observations and things he wanted to say and being our board member in attendance there.
Yeah, so there were a couple of things that we were definitely advocating for at this meeting. One of the things that's going on with CalPERS right now is they're evaluating the regional structure. Currently, they have a 3-structure system, which involves Region 1, which is most of Northern California, and Regions 2 and 3, which really take place in Southern California. And so the way they have it currently structured is Amador County is priced the same as if you were in Sacramento County, San Francisco County. It doesn't matter. We're basically getting the same prices as all the metropolitan areas. And so in 2018, the last time CalPERS evaluated this, it was noted that there were some other more rural-based models that they had looked at. And if they had gone with any of those, it would have actually decreased the cost of healthcare for Amador County, at least through the CalPERS plans. And so what we were advocating for is we know that they're going through this process. They'd actually shared a survey out to the employer, so to myself, and I actually shared it with our health advisory committee. And so in that survey, I responded, but as well as the committee, and they provided their feedback as well. So we advocated in that sense, but then we wanted to follow it up with this presentation at this committee meeting, because over the next 3 meetings is where they're going to be discussing this. And so they didn't actually have it on the agenda for this one, but I knew it was coming up, so I thought before they even start to talk about it, I wanted to get our voice out there. And so that's why we chose this one to get the appeal at and make this request that we're in Region 1. We're kind of stuck with Bay Area and Sacramento pricing, and this is why we want to transition away. You're going to do models, make sure one of those models looks at what the rural impact is. And it may be that they come back and find that it doesn't change anything, and that is what it is. But what we saw 10 years ago, well, not 10 years ago, 8 years ago, is it would have made a difference. And it would have been more of a 1-to-1 ratio. Right now, it's a 1.16. So for every dollar that it should cost, it actually costs you $1.16 of what it does actually cost. Other things we were advocating for is things we just know structurally. I mean, the whole purpose, they're adding a Sutter plan, but Amador's not included. You type in the Jackson zip code, there's only 2 plan options. They've got 10 or 12 plans that are available for most folks, yet in this county, you can only get 2 for the most part. Of those 2, only one of those is our local hospital. That includes our local hospital. So this is where we revamped the speech to also note that, you know, it's unfortunate that you add this thing and yet we're struggling to get any access here. And now that you're expanding something that should naturally fit with a Sutter hospital, and yet we can't get access to that plan. So those are a couple of the big things that we advocated for. And then just expanded plan options in general. So whether we got the Sutter one or not, as I noted, there's 12 that are out there. Some are Blue Shield plans, and those should, in theory, really qualify for our area. And so the hope was that with all this different stuff going on, if any of these were to come to fruition, it would significantly impact our community, our students, everyone. And so this could be a huge game changer if we get any of these kind of things to really help us in our cause. And so that's why we're there at this meeting.
I'll just add that what Robert presented in the public comment, it was an outstanding presentation, and I would say it probably had the best applause of everyone that was there. And again, great job, Robert. It was really good. I want to encourage everyone out there that's impacted by our insurance situation. Now is the time to be the squeaky wheel and continue to voice what you've been dealing with, and what you had in the past, and how things can improve, because it sounded like there's a possibility that things could move in the right direction, and I think we need to be loud and keep reminding everyone that we really need some help up here. And I'll just add, if anyone has a chance to go to the CalPERS building, please do. It is like a different world, and offline I can tell some people my thoughts on the first discussions that were the morning. I've never seen anything like it. And anyway, I just encourage you to, if you feel like you want to go to another planet, take a 10-minute tour.
And I'm sorry, I do want to add one more thing, if that's all right.
Yes.
I do want to thank the 21 individuals who actually did submit stories of how this currently is impacting them. I was able to actually share that, a letter that was drafted with those folks' remarks included to the committee members. So ideally, that helps also tell our story.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. And this is my last thing. I just want to thank, I'll send my thanks to James when he gets back off the island, but thank all of you. When I reflect back, like, it seems like every school year is a wild ride, but I don't want to like rehash everything you've been through as board members, but it was a wild ride this year, and I appreciate your consistency and your guidance, and so many important things that you had to vote on. These June board meetings are never a joke. There's a lot going on to wrap up a school year and at the same time launch ourselves for the new fiscal year. And so I appreciate your stamina in having 3 board meetings in 8 days, but also all the other board meetings, and look forward to getting back together and we all get a month, a little bit more than a month without a board meeting. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Peter?
Just wanted to echo some of the things that have already been said. I would hope that, if possible, in the ongoing advocacy, that we encourage CalPERS to offer a high deductible health plan that could be compatible with a health savings account, where some people who might be newer employees could afford something that is less expensive, but put money away for when things do happen.
Yeah.
For their health needs. But deeply grateful at the end of this fiscal year for, as has been stated, the privileges to serve, for the confidence of the community, for choosing to elect me, for even though I got a little heated tonight, for being able to have a good relationship with our fellow board members and to have open and honest discussions. That is precious to me, and also wish to say, as I've said before, I thought it was a healthy experience this past Monday in our board evaluation of Mr. Critchfield. I continue to have faith and trust and endorse his leadership, as well as thank you, Cabinet, for sticking around and being the awesome quality people that you are.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure, Robert, that you're conveying everything you learned and your message to our different bargaining units, so they can get that out to their members, so they know we are working behind the scenes to try and, make things better for everyone.
Yeah, and he has been very active in we have the Health Insurance Advisory Committee, which all of our bargaining units are a part of, and had consistent meetings throughout this school year with that as well. And so that's each bargaining unit selecting a few people that are going to represent them and have their voice be heard. And so Robert has been running those meetings successfully throughout the year.
Yeah, so it'll be exciting to see what happens by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Hopefully, or,
Hope
down
so
the road.
too, yeah.
So thank you.
I'll just add real quick. Again, just please speak up out there. Anyone that has been impacted by our insurance issues, please speak up. That is the only way we're going to be heard. We can't wish. We gotta show them.
Yeah, June is a very busy month for everybody up here, for people that actually pay attention to the board meetings, during June. I appreciate people who actually do pay attention and want to see things going positively. As I said before, I've been on the board, this is my 4th year on the board. And I will say that this is probably, it takes a while, but if you give people a chance, oftentimes you can create a cohesive unit and positive things do start to happen. And I think that is what's happening right now. And so I'm super happy to see that kind of some of these things that we've spent a lot of time and a ton of time working on that you guys have been doing, kind of come to fruition and see the district moving in a positive direction when I feel like for quite some time we were in a stagnant or even kind of regressive trajectory. And so just to see this kind of all move in this direction has been really, really satisfying, because it's been, as Jared said, this last year was quite a whirlwind, and even the year before that, and I will say even the year before that, I think in the 4 years it's been quite an interesting term that at least I've had Shane as well, James for 2 times, and then obviously we welcomed you guys on. So just, I hope that everybody is able to kind of, I know you guys are working over the summer, but hopefully, you know, have a little bit of calm time in your work for the next month or so until things ramp back up for the beginning of school. With that, our next meeting is July 22nd. Open session starts at 7, and our meeting is adjourned.